Introduction to an Anthology of Australian Verse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Algie Pug. An Anthology of Australian Verse, edited by Bertram Stevens. Dedicated to David Scott Mitchell, Esquire, Sydney. Introduction. As the literature of a country is, in certain respects, a reflex of its character, it may be advisable to introduce this anthology with some account of the main circumstances which have affected the production of Australian poetry. Australia was first settled by the British a little more than a century ago, so that we are still a young community. The present population, including that of New Zealand, is a little under 5 millions, or about the same as that of London. It is chiefly scattered along the coast and the few permanent waterways, and a vast central region is but sparsely inhabited as yet. All climates, from tropical to frigid, are included within the continent, but the want of satisfactory watersheds renders it peculiarly liable to long droughts and sudden floods. The absence of those broad outward signs of the changing seasons which mark the pageant of the year in the Old World, is probably a greater disadvantage than we are apt to suspect. Here, too, have existed hardly any of the conditions which obtained in older communities where great literature arose. There is no glamour of old romance about our early history, no shading off from the actual into a dim region of myth and fable. Our beginnings are clearly defined and of an eminently prosaic character. The early settlers were engaged in a hand-to-hand struggle with nature and in the establishment of the primitive industries. Their strenuous pioneering days were followed by the feverish excitement of the gold period and a consequent rapid expansion of all industries. Business and politics have afforded ready roads to success and have absorbed the energies of the best intellects. There has been no leisured class of cultured people to provide the atmosphere in which literature is best developed as an art, and until recently we have been content to look to the mother country for our artistic standards and supplies. The principal literary productions of our first century came from writers who had been born elsewhere, and naturally brought with them the traditions and sentiments of their home country. We have not yet had time to settle down and form any decided racial characteristics, nor has any great crisis occurred to fuse our common sympathies and create a national sentiment. Australia has produced no great poet, nor has any remarkable innovation in verse forms been successfully attempted. But the old forms have been so coloured by the strange conditions of a new country, and so charged with the thoughts and feelings of a vigorous, restless democracy now just out of its adolescence, that they have an interest and a value beyond that of perhaps technically better minor poetry produced under English skies. The first verses actually written and published in Australia seem to have been the Royal Birthday Odes of Michael Robinson, which were printed as broadsides from 1810 to 1821. Their publication in book form was announced in the Hobart Town Gazette of 23rd of March 1822, but no copy of such a volume is at present known to exist. The famous prologue is said to have been recited at the first dramatic performance in Australia on January 16th, 1796, when Dr. Young's tragedy The Revenge and The Hotel were played in the Temporary Theatre at Sydney, was for a long time attributed to the notorious George Barrington, and ranked as the first verse produced in Australia. There is, however, no evidence to support this claim. The lines first appeared in a volume called Original Poems and Translations, chiefly by Susanna Watts, published in London in 1802, a few months before the appearance of the History of New South Wales, 1803, known as George Barrington's, which also, in all probability, was not written by Barrington. In Susanna Watts' book, the prologue is stated to be written by a gentleman, but there is no clue to the name of the author. Mr. Baron Field, Judge of the Supreme Court of New South Wales, printed in Sydney in 1819 his First Fruits of Australian Poetry for private circulation. Field was a friend of Charles Lamb, who addressed to him the letter printed in the Essays of Alias under the title of Distant Correspondence. Lamb reviewed the first fruits in the Examiner, and one wishes for his sake that the verses were more worthy. The first poem of any importance by an Australian is William Charles Wentworth's Australasia, written in 1823 at Cambridge University in competition for the Chancellor's Medal. There were 27 competitors, and the prize was awarded to W. Mackworth Praed, Wentworth being second on the list. Wentworth's poem was printed in London in the same year, and shortly afterwards in the Sydney Gazette, the first Australian newspaper. In 1826 there was printed at the Albion Press, Sydney, Wild Notes from the Lyre of a Native Minstrel, by Charles Thompson, Jr., the first verse of an Australian-born writer published in this country. There was also published in Sydney in 1826 a book of verses by Dr. John Dunmore Lang, called Aurora Australis. Both Lang and Wentworth afterwards conducted newspapers and wrote histories of New South Wales, but their names are more famous in the political than in the literary annals of the country. At Hobart Town in 1827 appeared The Van Diemen's Land Warriors, or The Heroes of Cornwall, by Pindar Juvenal, the first book of verse published in Tasmania. During the next 10 years, various poetical effusions were printed in the colonies, which are of bibliographical interest, but of hardly any intrinsic value. Newspapers had been established at an early date, but until the end of this period they were little better than news sheets or official gazettes, giving no opportunities for literature. The proportion of well-educated persons was small, the majority of the free settlers being members of the working classes, as very few representatives of British culture came willingly to this country until after the discovery of gold. It was not until 1845 that the first genuine, though crude, Australian poetry appeared in the form of a small volume of sonnets by Charles Harper, who was born at Windsor, New South Wales, in 1817. He passed his best years in the lonely bush, and wrote largely under the influence of Wordsworth and Shelley. He had some imagination and poetic faculty of the contemplative order, but the disadvantages of his life were many. Harper's best work is in his longer poems, from which extracts cannot conveniently be given here. The year 1842 had seen the publication of Henry Parkes' Stolen Moments, the first of a number of volumes of verse which that statesman bravely issued, the last being published just before his 80th year. The career of Parkes is coincident with the long and important period of our history, in which he is the most striking figure. Not the least interesting aspect of his character, which contained much of rugged greatness, was his love of poetry and his unfailing kindness to the struggling writers of the colony. Others who deserve remembrance for their services at this time are Nicol D. Stenhouse and Dr. Woolley. Among the writers of the period, D. H. Dennehy, Henry Halloran, J. Sheridan Moore, and Richard Roe contributed fairly good verse to the newspapers, the principal of which were the Atlas, 1845 to 1849, the Empire, 1850 to 1858, and two newspapers still in existence, the Freeman's Journal, 1850, and the Sydney Morning Herald, which began as the Sydney Herald in 1831. None of their writings, however, reflected to any appreciable extent the scenery or life of the new country. With the discovery of gold, a new era began for Australia. That event induced the flow of a large stream of immigration and gave an enormous impetus to the development of the colonies. Among the ardent spirits attracted here were J. Lionel Michael, Robert Seeley, R. H. Horne, the Howards, Henry Kingsley, and Adam Lindsay Gordon. Michael was a friend of Millais and an early champion of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Soon after his arrival in Sydney, he abandoned the idea of digging for gold and began to practice again as a solicitor. Later on he removed to Grafton on the Clarence River. There, in 1857, Henry Kendall, a boy of 16, found work in his office, and Michael, discerning his promise, encouraged him to write. Most of the boy's earliest verses were sent from Michael's office to Parkes, who printed them in his paper, The Empire. When Kendall left Grafton, Michael gave him a letter of introduction to Stenhouse, which brought him in touch with the small literary group in Sydney, and his first volume, Poems and Songs, was published in Sydney in 1862. It was not long before he recognised the extreme weakness of most of its contents, and did what he could to suppress the book. He sent specimens of his best work to the London Athenaeum, and wrote a pathetic letter to the editor which was printed in the issue of 27th of September 1862, together with some of the poems and a most kindly comment. Kendall soon wrote again, sending more poems, and received encouraging notices in the Athenaeum on 19th of September 1863, 27th of February 1864, and 17th of February 1866. These form the first favourable pronouncement upon Australian poetry by an English critical journal of importance. Their stimulating effect upon Kendall was very great. From the indifference of the many, and the carping criticisms of some of the magnates here, he had appealed to one of the highest literary authorities in England, and received praise beyond his wildest expectations. Meanwhile, the colony of Victoria, which began its independent career in 1851, had been advancing even more rapidly than New South Wales. The Argus newspaper had been in existence since 1846, and other periodicals sprang up in Melbourne which gave further scope to letters. The Australasian was published in 1854, and soon became the most important literary journal in Australia. Adam Lindsay Gordon, who had landed in Adelaide in the same year as Henry Kingsley, 1853, published a little book of verse in 1864 at Mount Gambier, South Australia, and began to contribute verses to a Melbourne sporting paper in 1866. These were printed anonymously and attracted some attention, but a collection of his ballads, Sea Spray and Smoke Drift, brought very little praise and no profit. Marcus Clarke came to Melbourne in 1864, and soon afterwards began to write for the Argus and other papers. About the same time, the presence of R. H. Horne, the distinguished author of Orion, in Melbourne lent a lustre to that city, which was for the time the literary centre of Australia. Horne corresponded with Kendall, and contributed to a paper edited by Dennehy in Sydney, The Southern Cross, 1859 to 1860. He was the presiding genius of the literary gatherings at Dwight's bookshop in Melbourne, and no doubt exercised a beneficial influence upon the writers around him. In 1870, after a series of crushing disappointments, Gordon committed suicide. His dramatic end awakened sympathy and gave an additional interest to his writings. It was soon found that in the city and the bush many of his spirited racing ballads were well known. The virile, athletic tone of his verse, which taught how a man should uphold the sports of his land, and strike his best with a strong right hand, and take his strokes in return, and the practical philosophy summed up in the well-known quatrain, "Life is mostly froth and bubble, two things stand like stone, kindness in another's trouble, courage in your own," appeal strongly to Australians. Gordon's work cannot be considered as peculiarly Australian in character, but much of it is concerned with the horse, and all of it is athrob with the manly, reckless personality of the writer. Horses and horse racing are especially interesting to Australians. The Swinburnian rush of Gordon's ballads charms their ear, and in many respects he embodies their ideal of a man. There are few Australians who do not know some of his poems, and, even if they know no others, his influence upon subsequent writers has been very great. Brunton Stevens, who came to Queensland in 1866, wrote there a long poem called Convict Once, which, when published in London in 1871, gained high praise from competent critics, and gave the author an academic reputation. A little book of humorous verses issued in Melbourne in 1873 almost immediately became popular, and a later volume of miscellaneous poems, 1880, containing some fine patriotic utterances, as well as many in lighter vein, established him as one of our chief singers. The first important poem from New Zealand, Dommett's Ranulph and a Mohia, was published in London in 1872. Dommett spent 30 years in New Zealand. He wrote a good deal of verse before leaving England, and after his return, but Ranulph and a Mohia is the only poem showing traces of Australian influence. It is a miscellany in verse rather than an epic, and contains some fine descriptions of New Zealand scenery. The death of Kendall in Sydney in 1882 closed what may be regarded as the second literary period. He had published his finest works in Songs from the Mountains, 1880, and had the satisfaction of knowing that it was a success, financially and otherwise. Kendall's audience is not so large as Gordon's, but it is a steadily growing one, and many readers who have been affected by his musical verse hold the ill-fated singer in more tender regard than any other. He lived at a time when Australians had not learned to think it possible that any good thing in art could come out of Australia, and were too fully occupied with things of the marketplace to concern themselves much about literature. Several attempts have been made to maintain magazines and reviews in Sydney and Melbourne, but none of them could compete successfully with the important English periodicals. The Colonial Monthly, the Melbourne Review, the Sydney Quarterly, and the Centennial Magazine were the most important of these. They cost more to produce than their English models, and the fact that their contents were Australian was not sufficient in itself to obtain for them adequate support. Newspapers have played a far more important part in our literary world. The Australasian, Sydney Mail, and Queenslander have done a good deal to encourage local writers, but the most powerful influence has been that of the Bulletin, started in Sydney in 1880. Its racy, irreverent tone and its humour are characteristically Australian, and through its columns, the first realistic Australian verse of any importance, the writings of Henry Lawson and A. B. Patterson, became widely known. When published in book form, their verses met with phenomenal success, Patterson's The Man from Snowy River, 1895, having already attained a circulation of over 30,000 copies. It was the first of a long series of volumes issued during the last 10 years, whose character is far more distinctively Australian than that of their predecessors. Their number and success are evidences of the lively interest taken by the present generation here in its native literature. Australia has now come of age, and is becoming conscious of its strength and its possibilities. Its writers today are, as a rule, self-reliant and hopeful. They have faith in their own country. They write of it as they see it, and of their work and their joys and fears in simple, direct language. It may be that none of it is poetry in the grand manner, and that some of it is lacking in technical finish, but it is a vivid and faithful portrayal of Australia, and its ruggedness is in character. It is hoped that this selection from the verse that has been written up to the present time will be found a not unworthy contribution to the great literature of the English-speaking peoples. End of introduction to an anthology of Australian verse. Australasia by William Charles Wentworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Algie Pug. Australasia. Celestial poesy, whose genial sway earth's furthest habitable shores obey, whose inspirations shed their sacred light, far as the regions of the Arctic night, and to the Laplander his boreal gleam endear not less than Phoebus' brighter beam. Descend thou also on my native land, and on some mountain summit take thy stand, thence issuing soon a purer font be seen than charmed Castalia or famed Hippocrene, and there a richer, nobler fane arise than on Parnassus met the adoring eyes. And thou, bright goddess, on the far blue hills that pour their thousand swift pellucid rills, where Warragamba's rage has rent in twain opposing mountains, thundering to the plain, no child of song has yet invoked thy aid neath their primeval solitary shade. Still, gracious power, some kindling soul inspire, to wake to life my country's unknown lyre, that from creation's date has slumbering lain, or only breathed some savage uncouth strain, and grant that yet a nostril Milton's song, Pactolus-like, flow deep and rich along. A nostril Shakespeare rise, whose living page to nature true may charm in every age, and that a nostril Pindar daring soar, where not the Theban eagle reached before, And, O Britannia, should thou cease to ride, despotic empress of old ocean's tide, should thy tamed lion, spent his former might, no longer roar the terror of the fight, should e'er arrive that dark disastrous hour, when, bowed by luxury, thou yield'st to power, when thou, no longer freest of the free, to some proud victor bend'st the vanquished knee, may all thy glories in another sphere relume, and shine more brightly still than here. May this, thy last-born infant, then arise, to glad thy heart, and greet thy parent eyes, and Australasia float, with flag unfurled, a new Britannia, in another world. End of Australasia, by William Charles Wentworth.
Impressions of Sydney from My Experiences in Australia, being recollections of a visit to the Australian colonies in 1856-57, by Mrs. Allan McPherson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We had been some 83 days at sea when the captain told us one morning that afternoon at about 4 o'clock we should sight Cape Pilar in Van Diemen's Land. The pleasurable excitement this intelligence caused may easily be imagined, and every eye was eagerly bent in the direction in which land was expected to appear. At last there was a cry of "Land ahead," and within half an hour of the time named, we saw the fair land of Tasmania rising as a cloud out of the sea. The wind at this time unfortunately failed, and instead of reaching Sydney in some 3 or 4 days from this, it was that day week before we sighted the lighthouse at the entrance to Sydney Harbour. Any land must appear beautiful to eyes that, for 3 long months, have beheld nothing but one vast expanse of sea and sky, and the southeast coast of Australia from Cape Howe to Sydney Heads is certainly in itself picturesque, wooded almost to the water's edge. We ran in quite close to the shore and obtained a view of Wollongong and the 5 islands opposite to it, and by 12 o'clock on Sunday, the 16th of June, we were opposite the entrance to Sydney Harbour. The wind at this time very provokingly died away, and the whole afternoon was passed in tacking and retacking, and when night came on we were still outside the Heads, and though the night was calm, the wind somewhat more favourable, and the moon shining brightly, the captain most wisely determined not to attempt entering till daylight, as this was his first voyage to Sydney, and he was not well acquainted with all the intricacies of the harbour. So we beat out to sea till the following morning, when we stood in for the Heads, and by 10 o'clock a.m. we were safely anchored opposite the quarantine ground, our long and stormy voyage brought to a happy conclusion. A pilot soon boarded us to conduct us up the harbour, and he was accompanied by a medical officer, who made the usual inquiries touching our bill of health. It was fortunately a very satisfactory one, and there was nothing to prevent our proceeding on to Sydney as soon as the sails could be furled and a steamer procured to take us in tow. Long before this, however, many boats from the town had come up to us, bringing friends of the passengers, newspaper reporters, etc. Ours was the latest news from the old country, and most eagerly it was received. My first remark on seeing the younger, and for the most part native-born among the newcomers, was, "What a set of Yankees!" Their appearance so completely realized one's notions of a genuine New Yorker. Tall and slight, with that go-ahead sort of expression of countenance, the cigar in the mouth, and the broad-brimmed straw hat, all seemed to correspond with the generally received opinion of the characteristics of the finest nation in creation. But as I was not likely to recognize any familiar face among all who came on board, arriving as I did, a stranger in a strange land, and as colonial news possessed but little interest for me, my attention was principally engrossed by the surrounding scenery, which was very lovely. There can be but one opinion on this point. Every stranger must be struck by its beauty. The entrance is bold and rocky, the north head rising perpendicularly from the sea to the height of many 100 feet. Further in, the style of scenery changes, though it cannot be said to lose any of its beauty. Wooded hills slope down to the water's edge. Rocks festooned with creeping plants and picturesque little headlands jut out into the deep blue water, the white sparkling sand on the beach forming a pretty contrast with the bright azure of the waves rippling gently over it, while here and there are scattered pretty villas, half hidden by the dark wood that surrounds them. English eyes may miss the bright green foliage of the trees of their own land, but to mine, which had been so long accustomed to the darker hues of our Scotch fir woods, the sombre tints of these trees, which are mostly of the eucalyptus tribe, wore a home-like aspect, affording too a very pleasant contrast with the deep, bright blue of the sky above and the water beneath. There is a wonderful clearness in the Australian atmosphere. The outline of every object is so distinctly defined, hills, trees, and buildings stand out so sharply, and then the sky of cobalt or ultramarine forms so lovely a background. I had plenty of time on the morning of our arrival to admire all the surrounding beauties, for we were at anchor for 2 or 3 hours off the quarantine ground, and were afterwards towed very slowly up the harbor, past the island of Pinchgut, which, from its position commanding the only navigable channel, has lately been fortified, and many other small islets, and cast anchor opposite the circular quay, where the custom house is situated, and where most merchant vessels unload. And now we had really arrived at the end of our long voyage. How inexpressibly thankful we all were, and I not the least among the number, for I had been so very ill during the whole of the passage. Certainly Sydney stood a fair chance of having in me a very partial observer, for I was quite prepared to be delighted with everything on terra firma. I will, however, reserve the account of the impressions it made on me for another chapter. Chapter 2. That which they have done, but earnest of the things that they shall do. Tennyson. Though I have stated in the previous chapter that Sydney stood every chance of finding in me a somewhat partial delineator, so truly delighted was I once more to set foot on dry land, yet I cannot say that the first impressions with which it inspired me were very favorable. I suppose I had expected too much, for I fancy I ought to have been much struck with it. This is a piece of common courtesy expected from every stranger. The general remark used to be, were you not delighted with the town, it must be so far in advance of what you could have expected. Are not the shops in George Street very handsome? Now, the simple truth is, I was disappointed in Sydney as a city. Nothing can be more beautiful than its situation, and its extent equaled my anticipations. But the streets are straggling and irregular. Here and there are some fine shops and public buildings, and adjoining them miserable tumble-down cottages, surrounded with old broken palings, all evidently erected in the year 1 of the colony. The city does not seem to have been built originally according to any plan, but the ground was sold or given in patches to private individuals, who erected all sorts of edifices, with all sorts of aspects and accesses, such as seemed good in their own eyes, and accorded best with their own private resources. The result, naturally enough, is not very striking or imposing, although I am told much has been done during the past few years in opening culs-de-sac, and thus adding to the length of the streets, if not to their width or regularity. Still, if you take into consideration the fact that these streets are badly paved, when paved at all, shockingly drained, and very indifferently lighted, these circumstances must, I think, induce one to admit that the good folks of Sydney, with their large municipal revenue, have yet some reason to be ashamed of the architectural defects and sanitary arrangements of their city. Another thing that struck me very much in Sydney was the absence of those rows of private houses which give such an air of respectability even to our second-rate provincial towns at home. The best-looking houses of this description in the town are in Wynyard Square, and are inhabited almost exclusively by rich merchants, principally Jews. Then there are some few comfortable houses in Elizabeth Street, opposite a large green which the old inhabitants point to with no little pride and delight, and call Hyde Park. I call it by courtesy a green, as during the 3 or 4 winter months that I beheld it, it might lay some claim to be thus designated. But for the remainder of the year the grass can boast of no such refreshing hue. Indeed, I have been told almost all traces of verdure disappear, partly from the attacks of the sheep, cattle, and innumerable little droves of goats, always to be found trespassing within its bounds, and partly from the scorching effects of the summer sun and the whirlwinds of dust with which this favored region is visited. In speaking of Hyde Park, I must not omit to mention Lyons Terrace, the miniature Park Lane of Sydney, containing some 6 or 8 houses, by no means remarkable for their architectural beauty, but containing good public apartments, and forming roomy and comfortable residences. But these buildings having been, I believe, the first of their class erected in the city, the terrace, par excellence, is regarded with great pride and admiration, alike by the patriarchs and the rising generation. It was built by an old convict of the name of Lyons, hence its designation, not, as someone suggested, from its being the chosen residence of sundry of the colonial notables. Some short account of its founder may not be wholly uninteresting, as serving to give an idea of the extraordinary career of some of the old convicts in former days. This worthy was transported in the early times of the colony, and from conducting himself properly while passing through the usual gradations of a convict's lot, he obtained in due time his ticket of leave, and set up as an auctioneer. Being by this time thoroughly convinced that honesty was the best policy, both in a moral and money-making point of view, he wisely practiced it, continued to gain the confidence of the Sydney public, and died in the possession of great wealth. A contemporary of his, as I have been told, another old convict of the name of Samuel Terry, contrived to amass a still larger fortune, some £20,000 per annum, from very small beginnings, his first possessions having been limited to his gains in the precarious game of pitch and toss. The money thus earned he laid out in buying spirits, which he sold to old soldiers for their grants of land. In time these grants became very valuable, and constituted a considerable portion of the very large fortune referred to. There is a story told of this person which seems almost too good to be genuine, but nevertheless I was assured it was a fact. He was attended on the occasion of some severe illness by an old military or naval doctor of well-known probity, to whom he is reported to have said, "Ah, doctor, I would give £10,000 for your character." "Yes," was the somewhat cynical reply, "but only that you might make 20 of it." But I have been digressing somewhat from the subject under discussion. To return to Sydney itself and its public buildings. On the other side of the park is the Roman Catholic Cathedral, a very handsome edifice, which reflects no little credit on the liberality of the Roman Catholic portion of the Sydney community. Near it is the old Sydney College, a plain, unadorned building, a temporary substitute for the very handsome university now in the course of erection on the outskirts of the town. Within a short distance of the college is the museum, a somewhat unsightly edifice, which, I was told, a gentleman now well known in the political world at home had called an exaggerated mouse-trap from its bearing, in outward appearance, no small resemblance to the useful little contrivance in question. Last but not least, in describing the buildings situated around this park, or race-course, for I should not omit to state it is known also by this name, though now, at all events, never used for the purpose it would suggest, I must not neglect to give due honor to St. James Church, a large edifice of red brick with a tall slated spire, about as ugly a building, both within and without, as can well be imagined, but one of which the imaginary architectural beauties are, nevertheless, regarded by the old colonists with much the same sort of admiration as may be felt by modern Romans for the mighty dome of St. Peter's. To the younger members of the community it is a sort of St. George's, Hanover Square, a place where all fashionable marriages are solemnized, and which is graced, moreover, every Sunday by the presence of the beauty and fashion of the metropolis. Flanking this building on either side are the old criminal courthouse and the original convicts' barracks, the character of the former inhabitants of these buildings seeming to offer an apt illustration of an old proverb. A somewhat more fitting neighbor for a sacred edifice is the hospital, situated just at the entrance of Macquarie Street. Adjoining the hospital are the Legislative Council chambers, but temporary buildings it is to be hoped, as they are hardly in a style to do much credit to the city, being in fact mere iron erections, by no means so imposing in their external appearance as the edifices ought to be in which is transacted the business of so large and thriving a colony as New South Wales. The interior, however, is neat and comfortable, though somewhat small, and the halls, especially that of the Legislative Council, are fitted up in good enough taste, although very insignificant when compared with those of the younger colony of Victoria, of which I shall speak in their place in this narrative. On the opposite side of the same street is the subscription library, a handsome building, but not, as I have understood, quite so well supplied with books as it ought to be. In fact, it must, I think, be confessed that, with some few individual exceptions, the public of Sydney is not a reading public. It is far too practical to waste much time on general literature. Those whose time is not wholly taken up by money-making pursuits give all their leisure to politics, and the few whose private resources admit of such indulgence not unfrequently devote every thought and faculty to this most engrossing of all pursuits. There are 2 daily papers and several weekly ones, edited with more or less talent and ability, and these organs of public opinion are eagerly perused by all classes of society. But books treating on abstract matters, indeed all literary publications not touching on the actual present interests of the colony, are little sought after or cared for. Bookworms or authors would meet with little sympathy there. I should much doubt whether even a genuine poet would be made a lion of, even by the ladies, unless he was particularly good-looking, or had a handle to his name, or by the gentlemen, unless he was able and willing to write political squibs. This want of literary tastes among the ladies I attribute partly to the enervating effects of the climate, which disinclines the residents for all mental as well as bodily exertion, and partly to the American custom of introducing girls into society at such a very early age that there has been really but little time for mental culture, or for the acquisition of the information without which these tastes are not likely to exist. Of course, I must be understood as speaking generally, and among the acquaintances I formed, I could name some few exceptions to my theory, but from what I heard and saw, I think it holds good as applied to the class. To return, however, to my description of the town. The streets I have named are, I think, those in which most of the private dwelling houses are situated, though there are a few of an inferior description in some of the other thoroughfares, more in the business part of the town. The most important of these thoroughfares is undoubtedly George Street, the Regent Street of Sydney, in which most of the best shops are to be found. It extends from the circular quay almost to the site of the new university, a distance, I suppose, of some 2 or 3 miles, and though known by different names at its 2 extremities, is in reality one and the same street, running with many and various bends from north to south, as do all the more important thoroughfares. Intersecting these at all sorts of angles are other streets, generally of less importance, but some of them boasting of many good shops, as is the case with King Street and Hunter Street. The last, indeed, Hunter Street, contained 2 which had more interest for me than any others in the town. They belonged to bird stuffers, and their windows were always full of many curious and beautiful specimens of the feathered natives of Australia, both alive and dead, parrots and parakeets of many and various hues, the well-known white cockatoo with its lemon-colored crest, and the far rarer and larger black one with bright scarlet topknot and tail feathers, a most magnificent bird, specimens of which are most difficult to be obtained from its wild, shy habits. These and many other denizens of the bush, down to the well-known budgerigar or shell parrot or lovebird, as it is more commonly called, with its beautiful plumage of soft vivid green, and the still smaller and scarcely less beautiful diamond bird, with its speckled wings and golden breast, made these shops points of great attraction to me, and I plead guilty to many idle moments passed in gazing in at their windows, and admiring and even coveting their contents. But in a general way, the streets of Sydney do not strike a stranger as possessing any great attraction as promenades. The pavements are narrow and generally out of repair, and excepting immediately after a heavy fall of rain, when the crossings are hardly fordable, the streets are swept by whirlwinds of dust, which are most particularly disagreeable to all foot passengers, and to ladies' dresses ruinous in the extreme. In general, however, the ladies of Sydney are no great pedestrians, though when they do venture on a walk, it is somewhat astonishing to see their evident preference for the hot, dusty, crowded streets to the pleasantly shaded walks of the government domain. This same government domain is, in my estimation, the great ornament and attraction, I had almost said the redeeming feature, of Sydney. It was laid out during General Macquarie's government, and does great credit to the good taste of those who reserved it for the lungs of the future city. It is situated on one of the small bays of the harbour, and commands many beautiful views of different points and headlands. In addition to this, it is well wooded and contains 3 or 4 miles of walks and drives, comprising also within its limits the upper and lower botanical gardens. The former are laid out somewhat stiffly in squares and geometrical figures, and contain a small range of forcing houses, as extensive no doubt as is necessary in this delightful climate, but still on a very limited scale, so that anyone familiar with the immense extent to which glass is employed in the old country cannot help smiling at the evident pride with which the old colonists point to these small edifices, a trifle larger than ordinary melon frames, which seem to excite more of their admiration and attention than do the natural beauties of the gardens, which are really very considerable. Trees and plants from all parts of the world flourish here in great profusion. The bamboo, the India rubber tree, the loquat, the Norfolk Island pines and palms of every variety, fuchsias, heliotropes, geraniums, and camellias, the objects of so much care in our ungenial climate, grow here to a large size, and form most beautiful objects in this garden landscape. But to my eyes, the most lovely of all these flowering plants are the creepers, which grow in great profusion and are trained over walls and trellis work. Indeed, these and many beautiful exotics of the old country, growing so luxuriantly in the open air, serve more than anything else to remind the stranger how far away he is from dear old England. For in many respects, Sydney is so like some of our provincial towns. There is so little to strike anyone as new or foreign in its appearance that it is difficult for the stranger to realize that so many thousands of miles lie between this country of his adoption and his own dear native land. End of Impressions of Sydney from My Experiences in Australia, being recollections of a visit to the Australian colonies in 1856-57, by Mrs. Alan McPherson. Read by Sue Anderson.
When Your Pants Begin to Go, by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When you wear a cloudy collar and a shirt that isn't white, and you cannot sleep for thinking how you'll reach tomorrow night, you may be a man of sorrows, and on speaking terms with care, and as yet be unacquainted with the demon of despair. For I rather think that nothing heaps the trouble on your mind like the knowledge that your trousers badly need a patch behind. I have noticed when misfortune strikes the hero of the play that his clothes are worn and tattered in a most unlikely way, and the gods applaud and cheer him while he whines and loafs around, and they never seem to notice that his pants are mostly sound. But of course he cannot help it, for our mirth would mock his care if the ceiling of his trousers showed the patches of repair. You are none the less a hero if you elevate your chin when you feel the pavement wearing through the leather, sock, and skin. You are rather more heroic than our ordinary folk if you scorn to fish for pity under cover of a joke. You will face the doubtful glances of the people that you know. But, of course, you're bound to face them when your pants begin to go. If, when flush, you took your pleasures, failed to make a god of pelf, some will say that for your troubles you can only thank yourself. Some will swear you'll die a beggar, but you only laugh at that, while your garments hang together and you wear a decent hat. You may laugh at their predictions while your soles are wearing low, but a man's an awful coward when his pants begin to go. Though the present and the future may be anything but bright, it is best to tell the fellows that you're getting on all right, and a man prefers to say it. 'Tis a manly lie to tell, for the folks may be persuaded that you're doing very well. But it's hard to be a hero, and it's hard to wear a grin when your most important garment is in places very thin. Get some sympathy and comfort from the chum who knows you best, that your sorrows won't run over in the presence of the rest. There's a chum that you can go to when you feel inclined to whine. He'll declare your coat is tidy, and he'll say, "Just look at mine." Though you may be patched all over, he will say it doesn't show, and he'll swear it can't be noticed when your pants begin to go. Brother mine, and of misfortune, times are hard, but do not fret. Keep your courage up and struggle, and we'll laugh at these things yet. Though there is no corn in Egypt, surely Africa has some. Keep your smile in working order for the better days to come. We shall often laugh together at the hard times that we know, and get measured by the tailor when our pants begin to go. Now the lady of refinement, in the lap of comfort rocked, chancing on these rugged verses, will pretend that she is shocked. Leave her to her smelling bottle. 'Tis the wealthy who decide that the world should hide its patches neath the cruel look of pride. And I think there's something noble, and I swear there's nothing low, in the pride of human nature when its pants begin to go. End of When Your Pants Begin to Go by Henry Lawson. Read by Jason Mills.
Waltzing Matilda by A.B. Banjo Patterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolabah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled, "You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled, "You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Down came a jumbuck to drink at that billabong. Up jumped the swagman and grabbed him with glee, and he sang as he shoved that jumbuck in his tucker bag, "You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he shoved that jumbuck in his tucker bag, "You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Up rode the squatter, mounted on his thoroughbred. Down came the troopers, 1, 2, 3. "Where's that jolly jumbuck you've got in your tucker bag? You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. "Where's that jolly jumbuck you've got in your tucker bag? You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Up jumped the swagman and sprang into the billabong. "You'll never take me alive," said he, "and his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me." Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. And his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. End of Waltzing Matilda by A.B. Banjo Patterson. Read by Phil Chenevert.
An Echo from the Old Bark School by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Echo from the Old Bark School. It was the first Monday after the holidays. The children had taken their seats in the Old Bark School, and the master called out the roll as usual. "Harvey Aspinall." "Yes, sir." "David Cooper." "Yes, sir." "John Heegard." "Yes, sir." "Joseph Swallow." "Yes, sir." "James Bullock." "Present." "Frederick Swallow." "Yes, sir." "James Nowlett."
Absent.
"William Atkins."
Absent.
"Daniel Lyons." "Present, sir." Dan was a young immigrant, just out from the sod, and rolled his R's like a cock-dove. His brogue was rich enough to make an Irishman laugh. Bill was wagging it. His own especial chum was of the opinion that Bill was sick. The master's opinion did not coincide, so he penned a note to William's parents, to be delivered by the model boy of the school. "Bertha Lambert." "Yes, sir." "May Carey." "Present, sir." "Rose Cooper." "Yes, sir." "Janet Wild." "Yes, sir." "Mary Wild." A solemn hush fell upon the school, and presently Janet Wild threw her arms out on the desk before her, let her face fall on them, and sobbed heartbrokenly. The master saw his mistake too late. He gave his head a little half affirmative, half negative movement, in that pathetic old way of his, rested his head on one hand, gazed sadly at the name, and sighed. But the galoot of the school spoilt the pathos of it all, for, during the awed silence which followed the calling of the girl's name, he suddenly brightened up, the first time he was ever observed to do so during school hours, and said, briskly and cheerfully, "Dead, sir." He hadn't been able to answer a question correctly for several days. "Children," said the master gravely and sadly, "children, this is the first time I ever had to put D to the name of one of my scholars. Poor Mary! She was one of my first pupils, came the first morning the school was opened. Children, I want you to be a little quieter to-day during play hour, out of respect for the name of your dead schoolmate whom it has pleased the Almighty to take in her youth." "Please, sir," asked the galoot, evidently encouraged by his fancied success, "please, sir, what does D stand for?" "Damn you for a huss," snarled Jim Bullock between his teeth, giving the galoot a vicious dig in the side with his elbow. End of An Echo from the Old Bark School by Henry Lawson. A Piece of Poetry for Mother and Father to Read by Edward William Cole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Piece of Poetry for Mother and Father to Read. I suppose if all the children, who have lived through ages long, were collected and inspected, they would make a wondrous throng. Oh, the babble of the Babel, oh, the flutter and the fuss, to begin with Cain and Abel, and to finish up with us. Some had never laughed or spoken, never used their rosy feet. Some have even flown to heaven, ere they knew that earth was sweet. And indeed I wonder whether, if we reckon every birth, and bring such a flock together, there is room for them on earth. Think of all the men and women who are now and who have been, every nation since creation that this world of ours has seen. And of all of them not any, but was once a baby small, while of children, oh, how many, never have grown up at all. Who will wash their smiling faces? Who their saucy ears will box? Who will dress them and caress them? Who will darn their little socks? Where are arms enough to hold them, hands to pat each smiling head? Who will praise them? Who will scold them? Who will pack them off to bed? Little happy Christian children, little savage children too, in all stages of all ages that our planet ever knew. Little princes and princesses, little beggars wan and faint, some in very handsome dresses, naked some, bedaubed with paint. Only think of the confusion such a motley crowd would make, and the clatter of their chatter, and the things that they won't break. Oh, the babble of the Babel, oh, the flutter and the fuss, to begin with Cain and Abel, and to finish up with us. End of A Piece of Poetry for Mother and Father to Read by Edward William Cole. Read by Ginger Kukalo.
Chapter 1. Introduction to Sir George Grey, Pioneer of Empire in Southern Lands by George Coburn Henderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Frequently it has happened in the history of contending races that those who have been overcome in the battle have succeeded in imposing their ideas on the conquerors. Over the law of natural selection operates another which is known as rational selection. The barbarians captured Rome, but Rome conquered the world a second time by means of her religious institutions, and in the second conquest the victorious barbarians became her willing instruments. The Turks from Central Asia overran Syria and Asia Minor, but they became the champions of Islam in the great struggle between Christianity and Mohammedanism in the Crusading era. The history of modern times affords a striking, if somewhat imperfect illustration. Napoleon was overthrown at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, but from that time the ideas underlying the French Revolution at its inception began to exert a powerful influence on the minds of the English people. Those ideas sprang from a deep-rooted conviction that the highest ideal may be reflected in the lowliest forms of life, and they fostered a belief in the essential worth and dignity of human nature. In Rousseau's fierce denunciation of the artificial restrictions and conventions of his age, he exalted the natural man to such a degree that his view of the social contract and its influence on the history of man was fundamentally at variance with that of Hobbes in the middle of the 17th century. As in philosophy, so was it in art. Jean-Francois Millet turned away from the pageants of city life and the display of courts to find inspiration for his best work among the reapers and the gleaners in the fields of Barbizon, not far from the forest of Fontainebleau. In various ways the movement represented a return to nature, and its influence may be detected in England during every decade of the 19th century. Wordsworth contemplated the excess of the revolutionary party with disappointment and horror, and his aversion from Napoleon was so great in 1803 as almost to destroy his belief in the wisdom and beneficence of a divine ruler who could tolerate the supremacy of such a man. But his politics notwithstanding, Wordsworth preserved the feelings and convictions which made him the close companion and admirer of the incomparable Poits in 1790, and his life's work may be interpreted as one long, grand struggle to reveal the intrinsic worth of the most lowly forms of life in nature and in human life. Like sympathies inspired the verse of Robert Burns, and even Sir Walter Scott, with all his love of chivalry and the pageants of the past, is at his best depicting the pathos and humour of humble life, and investing with beauty and splendour the heath-clad hills of his native country. Immediately associated with the idealization of nature and the natural man was the struggle for the realization of liberty, equality and fraternity. Rousseau had shown that the ultimate source of political power was the general will, and despite the difficulties involved in application of such a theory, men believed in it. The idea took hold of the imagination of those who could not distinguish between the actual conduct and control of government, and it became one of the most potent influences operating in favour of democratic government during the last century. It followed almost as a corollary that the chief end of legislation was the welfare of the governed. Government by the people for the people was a battle cry in the field of English politics as early as the reign of Edward I, but it rang out far more victoriously in the 19th century. The throne of a long line of kings tottered in France and fell. The English king remained the social and dignified head of the nation because the Prime Minister had supreme control over the business, administration and Parliament. Everywhere the rights of property and vested interests were scanned by thinkers and teachers who proclaimed their subordination to the rights of man. Under the influence of the doctrine of utilitarianism, sweeping changes were made in English legislation, and chief among the exponents of the new order was Jeremy Bentham, whose views on utility were summed up in the well-known phrase, "the greatest happiness of the greatest number." Gray was the child of the 19th century Renaissance, and nothing impresses the student of his career more than his unbounded faith in the possibilities of human nature, his deep and lasting sympathy for the masses of the people, and his splendid devotion to the welfare of the native races in the southern hemisphere. He too was caught up in the romantic revival which idealized the commonplace in nature, in the depths of primeval forests, trodden only by himself and aboriginal tribes. He experienced an exaltation of spirit that relieved the pains and hardships of travel. The greatness and the grandeur of the world impressed him, and he was grieved to find so much wretchedness and misery among his fellow creatures. But therein lay his opportunity. In his own way he struggled earnestly for the approximate realization of liberty, equality and fraternity among men of various races and degrees of civilization, and his steadfastness of purpose was altogether admirable. Yet, curiously enough, no charge is more frequently made against him than that of inconsistency. Men who knew him in the early days are inclined to believe that the autocratic servant of the colonial office became the leader of the people in 1876 because he loved and would have power. The mistake arises, in the majority of cases, from the inability of his critics to understand that a man whose temperament was essentially autocratic might be dominated by convictions extremely radical. Sir George Grey did love power, but a critical examination of his public policy proves beyond doubt that the founder of the Radical Party in New Zealand was true to himself. Closer settlement, one man, one vote, education of the masses, these were the principal measures in the programme which he put before the electors during his campaign 1876-77. They were the inevitable outcome of the opinions which he had advocated during the 27 years over which his colonial administration extended. In 1837 he left Ireland with a deep-rooted conviction that the alienation of the people from the land was a grievous blunder, and it was by enforcing a policy of closer settlement in South Australia that the colony was retrieved from financial embarrassment in 1843. There, as elsewhere, he said, I endeavoured to carry out what I regarded as a cardinal principle in the making of a new country, to create capital directly from the natural products of the soil, not by raising too heavy loans. From South Australia he went to New Zealand. During his first administration there, he was continually at war with the great landowners, and he tried measure after measure to induce small farmers to settle on the land. In South Africa he went so far as to set aside the most explicit instructions from the Colonial Office in order to bring immigrants from Europe and settle them along the border belts of British possessions. It is clear, therefore, that the busting up of big estates was only the last stage in the evolution of Sir George Grey's ideas on the land question, and it was ultimately effected in New Zealand by the compulsory purchase bill which was passed during the administration of Mr. Seddon. The same tenacity of purpose was exhibited in his determination to extend the franchise. He attributed the lack of ambition and want of initiative among the Irish peasantry to their practical exclusion from political life, and in the new Anglo-Saxondom he took precaution to guard against a recurrence of the evil. While directing the administration of South Australia, he recommended the admission of elected members to their Legislative Council and invited the public to their debates. In proposing a constitution for New Zealand in 1846, he made the franchise qualification as low as possible and avowed in clear, forceful language his preference for the poorer classes of voters, who came out not merely to make a fortune and go away, but to make their homes in the colony. As Prime Minister of New Zealand in 1877, he prepared a bill for the establishment of one man, one vote, and it was passed. That was entirely consistent with his earlier views, as were also his utterances at a later time in support of a measure for the extension of the franchise to women. Not less striking was the continuity of his interest in the education of the masses. He believed in closer settlement as a means of developing the resources of the country. He believed in education as a means of developing the resources of the people. Always and everywhere he gave enthusiastic support to those who were striving to uplift the various classes of the community, spiritually and intellectually. He was the friend and ally of the missionaries. Churchmen of every denomination sought his advice and received financial assistance from his government. He was the founder of Grey College, Bloemfontein and the Orange Free State, and he gave liberally of his private means towards the foundation of schools and colleges in New Zealand and South Africa. He died a poor man because he spent large sums of money in the purchase of books and literary treasures, which were afterwards presented to the libraries at Cape Town and Auckland. The riches of the mind always meant more to Sir George Grey than material wealth, and he knew that no individual, nation or empire could be truly great that did not rely ultimately and chiefly on inward resource. Secure your outposts on the frontiers of civilization, he said in 1894, and not only by military forces but by museums, libraries and schools for civilizing the people. But he expected most from the education of self-government, and that is why he insisted on every office, including that of Governor and Governor-General, being within the reach of aspiring citizens. He would have no rung taken out of young ambition's ladder, for it was only in pursuit of the highest ideals that the noblest and strongest capacities could be developed. Had Grey gained his point, another link in the chain that binds the colonies to the mother country would have been removed. But the chain need not necessarily have been any weaker. On the contrary, he argued, and with much force, that the best way to foster imperial unity was to encourage self-government in its completest form. The British Empire was, in his opinion, different from any other that existed within the memory of man, and that which distinguished it from all others was the recognition of the vital principle of self-government. A thoroughgoing application of his views would, no doubt, have involved the federalising of the British Constitution, but it is yet to be shown that imperial federation is possible as long as the government of the United Kingdom remains unitarian in form. Sir George Grey never formulated any definite scheme for the solution of the problem of imperial federation, but he had a growing enthusiasm for the British Empire and lost no opportunity to maintain and extend it. While in New Zealand, he endeavoured without success to induce the imperial authorities to annex some of the islands of the Pacific, and in South Africa he prepared a scheme for the extension of British influence beyond the Kai River, which was rejected for the time, but adopted almost immediately after his departure for New Zealand. He deplored the abandonment of the Orange River colony in 1853, and was recalled for trying to recover it by the institution of a federal system of government for South Africa, in defiance of instruction from the Colonial Office. One of the most daring acts in his official career was performed in defiance of the Empire. On his own responsibility, he diverted imperial troops on the way to China, to India. They arrived at Calcutta in time to render valuable service at the siege of Lucknow. Like Cecil Rhodes, he was profoundly impressed with the possibilities of the Anglo-Saxon race, and he regarded the British Empire as a great and beneficent power in the world by which the influence of Christianity might be extended and the standard of living raised throughout the world. In the light of later developments, it is interesting to reflect on Sir George Grey's enthusiasm for self-government as well as the empire. After the War of American Independence, statesmen in various parts of the world were inclined to believe that colonies, like ripe fruit, would drop away as soon as they had reached maturity. Grey's instincts were truer and his penetration deeper. He saw in the success of that rebellion the triumph of a principle which, if jealously guarded, would ensure the permanence and integrity of the British Empire in the future. Under the old colonial policy, uniformity had been enforced to such an extent that unity was impossible. The United States were lost, but the principle of vitality had been won. With the fullest recognition of the rights of self-government, the empire of the future might be established on enduring foundations. The recognition of the principle was one thing, its application another. Sir George Grey lived at a time when Crown colonies were aspiring to constitutional government, and readjustments had frequently to be made as the principle of self-government was extended. Conflicts arose between the local and imperial authorities, and although he was the servant of the Colonial Office, he almost invariably took the side of the colonies. Each case must be considered on its own merits, and only an advocate would seek to justify his conduct at the close of a second administration in New Zealand. But he paid the penalty, and at least deserves the credit for a long and painful struggle in defence of a principle which is no longer questioned. The problem of imperial federation is yet to be solved, but it is useless to propose any scheme which is not superimposed on democratic foundations. Grey had other reasons for demanding that the colonies should be allowed to contrive for themselves. The tradition of the Old World barred the way to reform, but he foresaw that in the new lands of the Southern Hemisphere a fresh start might be made. Young and vigorous nations would arise, and through them an influence would be exerted on the United Kingdom. He has not been mistaken. For better or worse, the experimental legislation of Australia and New Zealand has powerfully affected English political thought during the last 20 years, and the advent of a Labour Party in the British Parliament is a striking example of the influence of colonial politics on England. No doubt a Labour Party would have arrived in process of time, but would it have arrived as soon? The time may come when the magnitude of Sir George Grey's service will be determined by reference to the questions here mentioned. At present, his title to fame would seem to rest rather on the merits of his administration of native affairs. That he achieved extraordinary success in this important branch of his work, there can be no reasonable doubt, but a careful examination of the results of his policy shows that his control over the natives must be attributed to personal influence rather than to public policy. The scheme which he devised for the government during his second administration in New Zealand failed, and the settlement of the Māori difficulty at the close of the war was fundamentally different from that for which he had striven. But the most serious defect in his policy was the rapid destruction of the authority of the native chiefs in New Zealand and South Africa before another authority, equally or approximately effective, had been substituted. And this was done against the clearest advice to the contrary from Earl Grey. The result was that, as soon as his personal influence was removed, anarchic tendencies manifested themselves, as they did in New Zealand before the outbreak of the Māori War. There is a deepening conviction among men who are responsible for the administration of native affairs in different parts of the empire that it is better to preserve the authority of the chiefs and influence the tribes through them. In other respects, Grey's policy was far-seeing and magnanimous. Education and regular industry were the means by which he hoped to raise the natives in the scale of civilization, and in all cases of conflict between them and the white races, he declined to treat them otherwise than as British subjects. In times of war he followed the British practice in India of making use of the friendly natives against those who were in arms. On the battlefield he struck hard and quickly, but on the first sign of submission he treated his foes with unbounded generosity. The system which he adopted in British Kaffraria during his administration of South Africa affords the best opportunity for a study of his views on the improvement and civilization of the natives. The record of Sir George Grey's personal influence over the natives is above criticism, and it must ever remain one of the highest traditions in the history of the British Empire. He had all the enthusiasm of the French revolutionaries for the natural man, and the pity which he felt for the condition of the natives made the pursuit of their happiness and welfare a perpetual delight. He moved freely amongst them, learnt their languages in order that he might understand them the better, and took infinite pains in the collection of material by which their history might be studied and known. In return, they trusted him, and their trust brought out all that was noblest and most chivalrous in his nature. Just as the tender-hearted autocrat loved the children who placed their hands in his and chatted without a fear, so he loved these children of nature who entrusted him with their most sacred relics and called him father. The time is not far distant when the Australian Aboriginals will be extinct, and it is doubtful whether the Māori race will long survive. The Kaffirs are still a vigorous people, and the probability of their disappearance is hardly more than a philosophical speculation. But whatever their fate, the record of their customs and institutions is preserved. One of the most valuable literary possessions of the Southern Hemisphere is Sir George Grey's collection of books, pamphlets, and reports on the native tribes in Australasia and South Africa, and his book on Polynesian mythology is still the standard work on the subject. The time has not yet come to speak with complete assurance of the merits of his work, but judging by the history of the last 50 years and the trend of events in Australasia and South Africa today, it would appear that Sir George Grey is entitled to rank as the foremost among the pioneers of empire in the British colonies that lie to the south of the equator. Sir Henry Parkes and Cecil Rhodes may have done more to mould the destinies of this colony or that, but Grey was the founder of far-reaching policies in South Africa, South Australia and New Zealand, and he left the impress of his personality on them all. In South Africa he founded a policy which was essentially the same as that pursued in later times by Sir Bartle Frere, Cecil Rhodes and Lord Milner. Before he assumed control of its administration, Cape Colony was regarded as a military settlement, and a war was considered essential to its existence. Grey taught the people of South Africa to believe that their best interests would be served by putting an end to war and developing the resources of the country. So too he was the first of a line of illustrious statesmen who strove for a united South Africa under the British flag. A recent writer on South Africa has said that Sir George Grey dreamed of federation in the middle of the last century. In Government House, Cape Town, there is a dispatch under date August 14, 1858, which extends over 19 pages. It is the most brilliant ever written by Sir George Grey, and it shows how wide awake he was when he dreamed of federation. It was no dream, but a long-cherished ambition, for which he laboured and suffered. In defiance of instructions from the Colonial Office, he pushed on the scheme, and it had reached the stage of discussion in the Cape Parliament when he was recalled. In the view of the settled policy of Her Majesty's government, no other course was open to Sir Bulwer Lytton than to recall a governor who defied the instructions of his superior officers on matters of such grave importance. But had Sir George Grey been allowed to proceed with his scheme, there would, in all probability, have been no Boer War, and South Africa would have been united under the British flag long ago. The Orange Free State had petitioned the Cape government for admission, and circumstances would have compelled the Boers of the Transvaal to throw in their lot with the rest. Sir George Grey's best work was done in South Africa, but his influence on Australasia has been much greater. Shortly before his tragic death, Mr. Seddon visited Adelaide and delivered one of his most successful speeches in the town hall. After outlining the policy which he had pursued in New Zealand during his long tenure of office, he confessed that the credit for its initiation belonged entirely to Sir George Grey. That was magnanimous, but it was also just. Closer settlement on the land, the extension of popular influence in government, and the education of the masses are questions on which the fortunes of political parties today in New Zealand and Australia, and they were, as we have seen, the most important measures in the radical policy that was founded in 1877. The evolution of that policy is proceeding at a rapid pace. Social politics occupy the field in Australia, and the battle between the socialists and the anti-socialists has begun in earnest. The struggle will be a protracted one, and the results will only be apparent when the history of the 20th century has been written. Meantime, one thing is clear: the democracies of Australia and New Zealand have ceased to believe in the paramount rights of one class to rule another. Many experiments in popular government have been tried, some of them with conspicuous success, and the people are settling down to the conviction that Sir George Grey was right when, in his triumphal progress through New Zealand in 1876, he proclaimed that the ends of justice would never be attained until there was a fair field for all and favour to none. Equality is an unrealizable dream in Australia, as elsewhere, but equality of opportunity is not, and the people of the new Anglo-Saxondom are determined to have it. Mistakes have been made hitherto in the choice of means by which the ends is to be attained, and they will be made again, for democracies, like other forms of government, are fallible, but the ideal is there, shining like a star of the first magnitude in the political sky. It was the star by which Grey steered his course over the troublous sea of strife and disappointment, and it is more clearly discernible now than it was in 1876. For the vision of the people has been strengthened and clarified by the illuminating power of education, which was always an essential part of Sir George Grey's scheme for the improvement of all sorts and conditions of men. There is some danger in young countries that the resources of the people may be neglected in the struggle with nature and the race for wealth. It is singularly fortunate that while the southern colonies were still in the making, they should have been entrusted to the direction of a governor who never forgot that the treasures of a lofty mind were more to be desired than material and physical comforts. Shall we leave to our descendants the lands we have won from forests, the choice breeds of cattle we have imported from the remote ends of the globe, the houses we have built amid the agitations of war and the shocks of nature, the wealth we have accumulated, all the material and physical comforts, and not strive to hand down to them the far nobler treasures of a lofty mind, of a highly cultivated intellect, of aspirations after the great and good, which could alone prompt them to use wisely for their own and the general advantage this fertile country, and the hardly won material wealth which they will inherit from us. Herein may be detected his sense of proportion, and he remained true to it from the beginning to the end of his life. Sir George Grey's enthusiasm for education is shared by his followers. The accession of the Labour Party to power is the inevitable outcome of the success of his policy. Whatever their limitations in the wider field of politics, they are a party inspired by ideals, and they have always displayed a genuine and lively interest in education. The results are already apparent. The primary system of education in Australia is better than it is in England, and the universities are coming more and more into touch with the people. Sir George Grey is the political genius of the Southern Hemisphere. With his administration of South Africa, a new and brighter era might have begun in the history of that unfortunate country. But his policy never had a fair trial, and its merits have only been recognised in recent years. He has done far more than any other man, directly and indirectly, to mould the destinies of Australia and New Zealand, and he who would understand the trend of events in those parts of His Majesty's dominions now and for a century to come must begin with a study of the life and work of the great proconsul. End of Chapter 1. Introduction to Sir George Grey, Pioneer of Empire in Southern Lands, by George Coburn Henderson. Read by Kerry Ford.
Effects of the Gold Discovery by Reverend David Mackenzie, M.A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Box. Effects of the Gold Discovery. The excitement produced throughout the colonies, but especially in Sydney and Melbourne, by the publications of the gold discovery, may be inferred from the following facts. In 1 week, upwards of 2,000 persons were counted on the road to the Bathurst diggings, and only 11 coming down. Hundreds of men, of all classes and conditions, threw up their situations, and leaving their wives and families behind them, started for the diggings. Whole crews ran away from their ships, which were left to rot in our harbours, the men having willingly forfeited all their wages, clothes, etc. Within 1 week the prices of the following goods rose 25% in Sydney: flour, tea, sugar, rice, tobacco, warm clothing, and boots. Throughout all the towns nothing was saleable but provisions and diggers' tools and clothing. Every man who could handle a pick or spade was off, or preparing to be off, for the goldfields. The roads were crowded with travellers. Carriages, gigs, drays, carts, and wheelbarrows, mixed up in one confused assemblage, might be seen magistrates, lawyers, physicians, clerks, tradesmen, and labourers. The building of houses, bridges, etc., was suspended for want of tradesmen, nearly all of them having gone to the diggings. Many houses might be seen half finished for want of men to proceed with the work, though the owners or contractors were offering enormously high wages to any that would complete the work. The fields were left unsown, flocks of sheep were deserted by their shepherds. With one stockholder who has 20,000 sheep, there remained only 2 men. Masters were seen driving their own drays, and ladies of respectability and ample means were obliged to cook the family dinner. Servants and apprentices were off in a body, and even the very devils bolted from the newspaper offices. In short, the yellow fever sealed on all classes of society. In 24 hours prices of provisions doubled at Bathurst and the neighbouring places. In all our steamers and trading vessels the rate of passage was raised, in consequence of the necessary increase in the wages of seamen. All the trades held their meetings, at which a new tariff of charges was agreed upon, and even the publicans raised at least 25% the prices of their wines, beer, and spirits. Van Diemen's Land and New Zealand poured upon our shores shiploads of adventurers, attracted by the golden news, and South Australia is now almost drained of its labouring population, one of the consequences of which is that the shares of the famous Burra copper mines there have fallen from £230 to £45, a fall which has entailed ruin on hundreds. In walking along the streets of Sydney or Melbourne, you hear nothing talked about but gold. You see nothing exhibited in shop windows but specimens of gold, or some article of equipment for the gold digger. In every society gold is the interminable topic of conversation, and throughout the colonies the only newspapers now read are those which contain intelligence from our golden fields. Soon after the discovery, the government of New South Wales, seeing that it could not prevent the community from digging for gold on Crown lands, quietly made virtue of necessity, and merely sought to legalise and regulate the diggings by the following announcement, published in the Official Gazette. The Gold Mines, Colonial Secretary's Office, Sydney, 23rd of May, 1851. Licences to dig and search for gold. With reference to the proclamation issued on the 22nd of May instant, declaring the rights of the Crown in respect to gold found in its natural place of deposit within the territory of New South Wales, His Excellency the Governor, with the advice of the Executive Council, has been pleased to establish the following provisional regulations, under which licences may be obtained to search for and remove the same. 1. From and after the 1st day of June next, no person will be permitted to dig, search for, or remove gold on or from any land, whether public or private, without first taking out and paying for a licence in the form annexed. 2. For the present, and pending further proof of the extent of the goldfield, the licence fee has been fixed at £1 10s per month, to be paid in advance, but it is to be understood that the rate is subject to future adjustment, as circumstances may render expedient. 3. The licences can be obtained on the spot, from the Commissioner, who has been appointed by His Excellency the Governor, to carry these regulations into effect, and who is authorised to receive the fee payable thereon. 4. No person will be eligible to obtain a licence, or the renewal of a licence, unless he shall produce a certificate of discharge from his last service, or prove to the satisfaction of the Commissioner that he is not a person improperly absent from hired service. 5. Rules, adjusting the extent and position of land to be covered by each licence and for the prevention of confusion, and the interference of one licence with another, will be the subject of early regulation. 6. With reference to lands alienated by the Crown, in fee sample, the Commissioner will not be authorised for the present to issue licences under the regulations to any persons but the proprietors, or persons authorised by them in writing to apply for the same. By His Excellency's command, E. Fayas Thomson. End of Effects of the Gold Discovery by Reverend David Mackenzie, M.A. Recording by Carol Box.
Excerpt concerning the raising of Australian children. From Town Life in Australia by R.E.N. Twopenny, 1883. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Australia by R.E.N. Twopenny. Hitherto I have been writing of the properties and adjuncts of Australian life. It is high time to say something of the colonists themselves, and here I shall describe the types which the colony has produced and is producing, rather than such modifications as colonists born and bred in England have undergone during their subsequent residence in Australia, colonials, as distinct from colonists. Perhaps of their first stage of existence, the less said, the better. I have a holy horror of babies, to whatever nationality they may belong, but for general objectionableness, I believe there are none to compare with the Australian baby. It is not only that the summer heat and sudden changes of climate make him worse behaved than his confreres over the ocean, but the little brute is omnipresent, and, I might almost add, omnipotent. Nurses are more expensive, and mothers less fastidious than in England. Consequently, baby lives in the family circle almost from the time of its birth. Nurseries are few and far between. He is lashed into a chair by his mother's side at meals. He accompanies her when she is attending to her household duties, and often even when she is receiving her visitors. But if this were all, I would say nothing. French children are brought up in a similar way, and in their case it certainly has its advantages as far as the child is concerned, whatever may be the inconvenience to the adults amongst whom it is brought. It is easy to avoid families whose children make themselves nuisances to visitors, but the middle and lower classes of Australians are not content with the baby's supremacy in the household. Wherever his mother goes, baby is also taken. He fills railway carriages and omnibuses, obstructs the pavement in perambulators, and is suckled coram populo in the exhibition. There is no getting away from him unless you shut yourself up altogether. He squalls at concerts. You have to hold him while his mother gets out of the omnibus, and to kiss him if you are visiting her house. It is little better when he gets old enough to walk and talk. Having once made the household bow down before him, he is slow to relinquish the reins of office. Possession is 9 points of the law. It requires a stone parent to make good the 10th. If the child no longer cries or has to be kissed, he makes up for it in other ways. He has breathed the free air of Australian independence too early to have much regard for the 5th commandment. To make himself a nuisance till he gets what he wants is the art he first learns, and to this end he considers all means legitimate. Strict and a fortiori severe measures towards children are at a discount in Australia, and considering the surrounding circumstances, by no other means can they be rendered tractable. The child has no restrictions put on his superabundant animal spirits, and he runs wild in the most extraordinary and often, to elders, unpleasant freaks. Certes, the second stage is but little less unpleasant than the first. When it gets into petticoats or breeches, the child must be treated of according to sex, and here place or damsels, for from this time upwards they are a decided improvement upon their brothers. The Australian schoolgirl, with all her free and easy manner, and what Mrs. Prunes and Prisms would call want of maidenly reserve, could teach your bread and butter miss a good many things which would be to her advantage. It is true that neither schoolmistresses nor governesses could often pass a Cambridge examination, nor have they any great desire for intellectual improvement. But the colonial girl is sharper at picking up what her mistress does know than the English one, and she has more of the boy's emulation. Whatever her station in life, she is bound to strum the piano. But in no country is a good pianoforte player more rare, or do you hear greater trash strummed in a drawing-room. Languages and other accomplishments are either neglected or slurred over, but, on the other hand, nearly every colonial girl learns something of household work, and can cook some sort of dinner, yea, and often cut out and make herself a dress. She is handy with her fingers, frank, but by no means necessarily fast in manner, good-natured, and fond of every species of fun. If her accomplishments are not many, she sets little value on those she possesses, and never feels the want of, or wastes a regret on, any others. Almost all girls go to school, but the home training leads to little obedience or respect for their teachers, and the parental authority is constantly interposed to prevent well-deserved punishments. Accustomed to form judgments early and fearlessly, each girl measures her mistress by her own standard, and if she comes up to that standard, an entente cordiale is established, the basis whereof is the equality which each feels to subsist independent of their temporary relations. At 17, my lady comes out, though for the last 2, if not 3 or 4 years, she has been attending grown-up dances at the houses of friends, so that the edge of her pleasure has long been dulled. School once left behind, she looks upon marriage as the end and object of life, but it must not be supposed from this that she makes any attempt to catch a husband. Young men are plentiful enough, and she does not care when her turn comes. That it is bound to come she takes for granted, and accordingly is always on the lookout for it. Camaraderie which exists between her and some 6 men may lead to something with one of them, and meanwhile she has time to ascertain their dispositions and turn their qualities over and over in her mind, till some one's attention becomes marked, and she makes up her mind that she is suited or the reverse. She has dated too much before she can come out to care much for it now, but in a warm climate, where verandas and gardens lend themselves so readily to flirtation, she retains a due appreciation of balls and parties, and gets a far larger number of them than an English girl of the middle class. On the average, colonial girls possess more than their share of good looks, but beauties are rare, and the sun plays the deuce with complexions. The commonest type is the jolly girl who, though she has large hands and feet, no features and no figure, yet has a taking little face, which makes you say, "By Jove, she's not half bad looking." Brunettes are, of course, in the majority, and every 3rd or 4th girl has beautiful brown eyes and an abundance of coarsish hair, which, by the way, she probably dresses in an untidy knob, all corners and no rotundity. Her manners have lost the boisterousness of school days, but still often want toning down according to English ideas. Her frankness and good fellowship are captivating, and you feel that all of her faults spring from the head and not from the heart. She is rarely affected, and is singularly free from notions, though by no means wanting in ideas and in conversation of a not particularly cultured description. With a keen idea of the value of money, and the benefits to be derived from its possession, she never takes it into consideration in choosing her husband, her ideal of whom is, above all things, manly, the type that used to be known under the description of muscular Christian. In religion her views are not pronounced. She attends church pretty regularly, but is entirely free from superstition, though not always from intolerance. Adoration of the priesthood is not at all in her line. For politics she cares nothing, except in Victoria, where naturally she espouses her father's side warmly, but in an irrational, almost stupid way. Art is a dead letter to her, and so is literature, unless an unceasing and untiring devotion to 3-volume novels be counted under that head. To music, according to her lights, she professes and often feels a strong leaning. There is one thing about her that strikes you disagreeably in society. It is her want of conversation with ladies and married people. To a bachelor to whom she has just been introduced, she will chatter away 19 to the dozen, but even in her own house she has no idea of the social duties. Marriage, in her opinion, is a Rubicon, which once crossed, if it does not altogether debar from the pleasures of maiden and bachelorhood, at least makes it necessary for married folk to shift for themselves. To talk or dance with a married man would be a terrible waste of time, and as for married women, she expects to join that holy army of martyrs in the course of time, and will then be quite contented with the same treatment as she has meted out to others. The politeness which springs from a sense of duty to others is little known to the Australian girl. If she likes you, she will make herself very pleasant, but if you are not worth wasting powder and shot on, you must expect to realize that disagreeable truth in all its nakedness. In many things a child, she often looks forward to her wedding for the mere festivity of the occasion, and thinks how jolly it will be to have 6 bridesmaids, how nice she will look in her bridal dress, and how the other fellows will envy her chosen one. Generally marrying 2 or 3 years younger than the English girl, she would consider herself an old maid at 23, and for old maids she entertains the very minimum of respect, in spite of their rarity in the colonies. Once married, she gives up, to a large extent, if not entirely, the pomps and vanities of which she has had her full during spinsterhood, and devotes herself to household, children, and husband. She usually has a large family, and in them pays for all the sins of her youth. She has had her fling, and for the rest of her life she lives but to serve her children and make them happy, recognizing that in the Antipodes, juniores priores is the adopted motto. The Australian schoolboy is indeed a caution. With all the worst qualities of the English boy, he has but few of his redeeming points. His impudence verges on impertinence, and his total want of respect for everybody and everything passes all European understanding. His father and mother he considers good sort of folk, whom he will not go out of his way to displease. His schoolmaster often becomes, ipso facto, his worst enemy, in the never-ceasing war with whom all is fair and obedience but the last resource. Able to ride almost as soon as he can walk, he is fond of all athletic sports, but it is not till leaving school that his athleticism becomes fully pronounced, thus reversing the order observed in England, where the great majority of the boys, who are cricket and football mad at school, more or less drop these pursuits as young men. He is too well fed and supplied with pocket money ever to feel the need for theft, but it is difficult to get him to understand Dr. Arnold's views about lying and honour. Though not wanting in pluck, he lacks the wholesome experience of a few good lickings, and can easily pass his school days without having a single fight. He is quarrelsome enough, but his quarrels rarely go farther than hard words and spiteful remarks. At learning he is apt, having the spirit of rivalry pretty strong in him. In all but 1 or 2 schools, classes are too much mixed to make a gentlemanly tone possible, and such little refinements as tidiness of dress are out of the question. When he is at home for the holidays, his mother tries to dig some manners into him, if she has any herself, but he has far too great a sense of the superiority of the rising generation to pay more attention to her than is extracted by the fear of punishment. Unfortunately, that punishment is very sparingly made use of, and when it is used takes a very lenient shape, public opinion being strongly against corporal punishment, however mild, and, according to children, a number of liberties undreamt of in the old country. Indoors, the Australian boy is more objectionable than the English one, because he is under less restraint and knows no precincts forbidden to him. Generally intelligent and observant, he is here, there, and everywhere. Nothing escapes him, nothing is sacred to him. Of course, his further development draws its form and shape from his previous caterpillar condition, and when he comes to take his place in mercantile or professional life, he is equally disagreeable and irrepressible. End of excerpt from Town Life in Australia by R.E.N. Twopenny, recorded by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
The Muse of Australia by Thomas Henry Kendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where the pines with the eagles are nestled in rifts, and the torrent leaps down to the surges, I have followed her, clambering over the cliffs, by the chasms and moon-haunted verges. I know she is fair as the angels are fair, for have I not caught a faint glimpse of her there, a glimpse of her face and her glittering hair, and a hand with the harp of Australia? I can never reach you to hear the sweet voice, so full with the music of fountains. Oh, when will you meet with that soul of your choice, who will lead you down here from the mountain? A lyrebird lit on a shimmering space. It dazzled mine eyes, and I turned from the place, and wept in the dark for a glorious face, and a hand with the harp of Australia. End of The Muse of Australia by Thomas Henry Kendall.
We Called Him Ali for Short by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I don't believe in ghosts. I never did have any sympathy with them, being inclined to regard them as a nuisance and a bore. A ghost generally comes fooling around when you want to go to sleep, and his conversation, if he speaks at all, invariably turns on murders and suicides and other unpleasant things in which you are not interested and which only disturb your rest. It's no use locking the door against a ghost, for, as is well known, he can come in through the keyhole, and there are cases on record when a ghost has been known to penetrate a solid wall. You cannot kick a ghost out. He is impervious to abuse, and if you throw a boot at him, likely as not it will go right through a new looking-glass worth 18 shillings. I remember about 5 years ago I was greatly annoyed by a ghost while doing a job of fencing in the bush between here and Perth. I was camping in an old house which had been used as a barrack for the convicts or their keepers, I'm not sure which, in the lively old days of the Broad Arrow. He was a common-looking ghost of a skeleton kind, and was arrayed in what appeared to be the tattered remnants of an old-time convict uniform. He still wore a pair of shadowy manacles, but being very elastic and unsubstantial and stretching the full length of his stride, he did not seem to notice them at all. He had a kind of artful dodger expression about his bare jawbones, and in place of the ordinary halo of the ring variety, he wore a shining representation of a broad arrow which shed a radiance over his skull. He used to come around and wake me about midnight with a confounded rigmarole about a convict who was buried alive in his irons, and whose representative my unwelcome visitor claimed to be. I tried all I knew to discourage him. I told him I wasn't interested and wanted to go to sleep, but his perseverance wore me out at last, and I tried another tack. I listened to his confounded yarn from beginning to end and sympathised with him and told him that he or the individual he represented had been treated confoundedly badly, and I promised to make a poem about it. But even then he wasn't satisfied. Nothing would suit him, but he must spin his old yarn and be sympathised with about 7 times a week, always choosing the most unbusinesslike hours, between 1 and 3 in the morning, for his disclosures. At last I could stand it no longer. I was getting thin and exhausted from want of sleep, so I determined on a course of action. I had a dog at home, a big black dog with unpleasant eyes and a chewing-up apparatus that an alligator might have envied. He had a most enterprising appetite and wasn't afraid of anything on the surface of this earth, or under it, as far as he could burrow. He would gnaw a log to pieces rather than let the possum it contained escape him. He was not the sort of dog to stand any nonsense, even from a ghost. His full name was Alligator Desolation. We called him Ally for short, and as I considered that if any person on earth could lay the ghost that annoyed me, that person was Alligator Desolation, I decided to bring him along. The next time I journeyed home for rations, I brought Alligator Desolation back with me. On the trip back, he killed 5 kangaroos, 16 possums, 4 native rats, 2 native bears, 3 sheep, a cow and a calf, and another dog that happened by. And before he had been 2 hours at the hut, he had collected enough carcasses of indigenous animals to stink a troop out in a week, or to feed all the dogs in Constantinople. I had tea and a smoke while Ally was resting, and about 11 o'clock I lay down in my bunk, dressed as I was, and waited. At about 1 I heard the usual unearthly noises which accompanied the arrival of my friend the ghost, and Ally went out to investigate. While the dog was gone, the ghost strolled in through the door of the end room, apparently unconscious of his danger. He glided straight up to the side of my bunk, took his accustomed seat on a gin case, and commenced in a doleful voice to pitch his confounded old yarn again. But he hadn't uttered half a dozen ghostly words when Alligator Desolation came in through the side door. The ghost caught sight of Ally before the latter saw him and made for the window. Ally wasn't far behind. He made a grab at the ghost's nether garments, but they gave way easily, being of a ghostly material. Then Ally leapt out through the window and chased the ghost 3 times around the house, and then the latter came in through an opening in the wall where a slab had fallen out. Being of an easily compressible constitution, he came through, of course, with the facility peculiar to his kind, but the crack was narrow and the dog stuck fast. His ghostship made the best of this opportunity, and, approaching my bed, hurriedly endeavoured to continue his story, as though his ghostly existence depended on it. But his utterances were drowned by the language of Alligator, whose canine oaths were simply terrific. At last, collecting all his energy for one mighty effort, Alligator came through, bringing down the slabs on each side of him. He made for the ghost at once, and the ghost made for the window. This time Alligator made a grab for the spectre's ankle, and his teeth came together with a crash that threatened their destruction. Ali must have been greatly astonished and disgusted, because he so seldom missed anything he reached for. But he wasn't the kind of dog to give up. He leapt through the window, and after a race around the hut, lasting some minutes, the ghost gave it up and made for the scrub. Seeing the retreat through a crack in the slabs, I immediately rose, went outside and mounted my horse, which I had kept already saddled in case of emergency. I followed the chase for about 5 miles, and at last reached a mound under some trees, which looked like an old grave. Down through this mound, the ghost dived. Alligator Desolation immediately commenced to dig, and made 2 feet in no time. It appeared that a wombat had selected the grave as a suitable site for the opening of his burrow, and having sunk about 3 feet, was resting from his labours. There was a short and angry interview between Alligator and the wombat, during which the latter expired, and then Ali continued his work of excavation. After sinking 2 feet deeper, he dragged out what appeared to be the leg bone of a human being, attached to which was a pair of heavy leg irons, such as were used in the old convict days. Ali went down the hole again, but presently he paused in his digging operations, and I heard a noise like a row in the infernal regions. Then a thin, shadowy form issued from the grave and made off through the scrub with the dog in pursuit. My horse was knocked up, so I left the chase to Alligator and returned home to await developments. Ali came back about 3 days later with his hair badly singed and smelling strongly of brimstone. I have no doubt that he chased the ghost to the infernal regions, and perhaps had an interview with Cerberus at the gate, or the boss himself, but the dog's tail was well up, and a satisfied grin oozed from the roots of every fang, and by the same tokens I concluded that the other party, whoever he was, had got fatally left. I haven't seen the ghost since. We Called Him Ali for Short, by Henry Lawson. Read by Linda Jenner.
Water Them Geraniums, by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Part 1. A Lonely Track. The time Mary and I shifted out into the bush from Gulgong to settle on the land at Lays Creek, I'd sold the 2 tip trays that I used for tank sinking and dam making, and I took the traps out of the wagon on top of a small load of rations and horse feed that I was taking to a sheep station out that way. Mary drove out in the spring cart. You remember we left little Jim with his aunt in Gulgong till we got settled down. I'd sent James, Mary's brother, out the day before on horseback, with 2 or 3 cows and some heifers and steers and calves we had, and I told him to clean up a bit and make the hut as bright and cheerful as possible before Mary came. We hadn't much in the way of furniture. There was a 4-poster cedar bedstead that I'd bought before we were married, and Mary was rather proud of it. It had turned posts and joints that bolted together. There was a plain hardwood table that Mary called her ironing table, upside down on top of the load, with the bedding and blankets between the legs. There were 4 of those common black kitchen chairs, with apples painted on the hard-board backs, that were used for the parlour. There was a cheap battened sofa with arms at the ends and turned rails between the uprights of the arms. We were a little proud of the turned rails. And there was the camp oven, and the 3-legged pot, and pans and buckets stuck about the load and hanging under the tailboard of the wagon. There was a little Wilcox and Gibbs sewing machine, my present to Mary when we were married, and what a present, looking back to it. There was a cheap little rocking chair and a looking glass and some pictures that were presents from Mary's friends and sister. She had her mantel-shelf ornaments and crockery and knick-knacks packed away, in the linen and old clothes, in a big tub made of half a cask, and a box that had been Jim's cradle. The livestock was a cat in one box, and in another an old rooster, and 3 hens that formed cliques, 2 against 1, turn about, as 3 of the same sex will do all over the world. I had me old cattle dog, and of course a pup on the load. I always had a pup that I gave away, or sold and didn't get paid for, or had touched, stolen, as soon as it was old enough. James had his 3 spidery, sneaking, thieving, cold-blooded kangaroo dogs with him. I was taking out 3 months' provisions in the way of ration sugar, tea, flour, and potatoes, etc. I started early, and Mary caught up to me at Ryan's Crossing on Sandy Creek, where we boiled the billy and had some dinner. Mary bustled about the camp, and admired the scenery, and talked too much, for her, and was extra cheerful, and kept her face turned away from me as much as possible. I soon saw what was the matter. She'd been crying to herself coming along the road. I thought it was all on account of leaving little Jim behind for the first time. She told me that she couldn't make up her mind till the last moment to leave him, and that, a mile or 2 along the road, she'd have turned back for him, only that she knew her sister would laugh at her. She was always terribly anxious about the children. We cheered each other up, and Mary drove with me the rest of the way to the creek, along the lonely branch track, across native apple tree flats. It was a dreary, hopeless track. There was no horizon, nothing but the rough, ashen trunks of the gnarled and stunted trees in all directions, little or no undergrowth, and the ground, save for the coarse, brownish tufts of dead grass, as bare as the road, for it was a dry season. There had been no rain for months, and I wondered what I should do with the cattle if there wasn't more grass on the creek. In this sort of country, a stranger might travel for miles without seeming to have moved, for all the difference there is in the scenery. The new tracks were blazed, that is, slices of bark cut off from both sides of trees within sight of each other, in a line, to mark the track until the horses and wheel tracks made it plain. A smart bushman, with a sharp tomahawk, can blaze a track as he rides, but a bushman little used to the country soon picks out differences among the trees, half unconsciously as it were, and so finds his way about. Mary and I didn't talk much along this track. We couldn't have heard each other very well anyway, for the clock of the wagon and the rattle of the cart over the hard, lumpy ground. And I suppose we both began to feel pretty dismal as the shadows lengthened. I'd noticed lately that Mary and I had got out of the habit of talking to each other. Noticed it, in a vague sort of way, that irritated me, as vague things will irritate one, when I thought of it. But then I thought, it won't last long. I'll make life brighter for her by and by. As we went along, and the track seemed endless, I got brooding, of course, back into the past. And I feel now, when it's too late, that Mary must have been thinking that way too. I thought of my early boyhood, of the hard life of grubbing and milking and fencing and ploughing and ring-barking, etc., and all for nothing. The few months at the little bark school, with a teacher who couldn't spell. The cursed ambition, or craving, that tortured my soul as a boy. Ambition or craving for... I didn't know what for. For something better and brighter, anyhow, and I made the life harder by reading at night. It all passed before me as I followed on in the wagon, leaving Mary in the spring cart. I thought of these old things more than I thought of her. She had tried to help me to better things, and I tried too. I had the energy of half a dozen men when I saw a road clear before me, but shied at the first check. Then I brooded, or dreamed of making a home, that one might call a home, for Mary, some day. Well. And what was Mary thinking about along the lonely, changeless miles? I never thought of that. Of her kind, careless, gentleman father, perhaps. Of her girlhood. Of her homes, not the huts and camps she lived in with me.
of our future. She used to plan a lot and talked a good deal of our future, but not lately. These things didn't strike me at the time. I was so deep in my own brooding. Did she think now? Did she begin to feel now that she had made a great mistake and thrown away her life, but must make the best of it? This might have roused me, had I thought of it. But whenever I thought Mary was getting indifferent towards me, I'd think, I'll soon win her back. We'll be sweethearts again, when things brighten up a bit. It's an awful thing to me, now I look back to it, to think how far apart we had grown, what strangers we were to each other. It seems now as though we had been sweethearts long years before, and had parted, and had never really met since. The sun was going down when Mary called out, "There's our place, Joe." She hadn't seen it before, and somehow it came new and with a shock to me, who'd been out here several times. Ahead, through the trees to the right, was a dark green clump of the oaks standing out of the creek, darker for the dead grey grass and the blue-grey bush on a barren ridge in the background. Across the creek, it was only a deep, narrow gutter, a watercourse with a chain of waterholes after rain. Across on the other bank stood the hut, on a narrow flat between the spur and the creek, and a little higher than this side. The land was much better than on our old selection, and there was good soil along the creek on both sides. I expected a rush of selectors out here soon. A few acres round the hut was cleared and fenced in by a light two-rail fence of timber split from logs and saplings. The man who took up this selection left it because his wife died here. It was a small oblong hut built of split slabs, and he had roofed it with shingles which he split in spare times. There was no veranda, but I built one later on. At the end of the house was a big slab and bark shed, bigger than the hut itself, with a kitchen, a skillion for tools, harness and horse feed, and a spare bedroom partitioned off with sheets of bark and old chaff bags. The house itself was floored roughly, with cracks between the boards. There were cracks between the slabs all round, though he'd nailed strips of tin, from old kerosene tins, over some of them. The partitioned-off bedroom was lined with old chaff bags with newspapers pasted over them for wallpaper. There was no ceiling, calico or otherwise, and we could see round pine rafters and battens, and the under ends of the shingles. But ceilings make a hut hot, and harbour insects and reptiles, snakes sometimes. There was one small glass window in the dining room with 3 panes and a sheet of greased paper, and the rest were rough wooden shutters. There was a pretty good cow yard and calf pen, and that was about all. There was no dam or tank. I made one later on. There was a water cask, with the hoops falling off and the staves gaping, at the corner of the house, and spouting, made of lengths of bent tin, ran around under the eaves. Water from a new shingled roof is wine red for a year or two, and water from a stringy bark roof is like tan water for years. In dry weather the selector had got his house water from a cask sunk in the gravel at the bottom of the deepest waterhole in the creek, and the longer the drought lasted, the farther he had to go down the creek for his water, with a cask on a cart, and take his cows to drink, if he had any. 4, 5, 6, or 7 miles. Even 10 miles to water is nothing in some places. James hadn't found himself called upon to do more than milk old Spot, the grandmother cow of our mob, pen the calf at night, make a fire in the kitchen, and sweep out the house with a bow. He helped me unharness and water and feed the horses, and then started to get the furniture off the wagon and into the house. James wasn't lazy, so long as one thing didn't last too long, but he was too uncomfortably practical and matter-of-fact for me. Mary and I had some tea in the kitchen. The kitchen was permanently furnished with a table of split slabs, adzed smooth on top, and supported by 4 stakes driven into the ground, a 3-legged stool and a block of wood, and 2 long stools made of half-round slabs, sapling trunks split in halves, with auger holes bored in the round side and sticks stuck into them for legs. The floor was of clay, the chimney of slabs and tin. The fireplace was about 8 feet wide, lined with clay, and with a blackened pole across, with sooty chains and wire hooks on it for the pots. Mary didn't seem able to eat. She sat on a 3-legged stool near the fire, though it was warm weather, and kept her face turned from me. Mary was still pretty, but not the little dumpling she had been. She was thinner now. She had big dark hazel eyes that shone a little too much when she was pleased or excited. I thought at times that there was something very German about her expression, also something aristocratic about the turn of her nose, which nipped in at the nostrils when she spoke. There was nothing aristocratic about me. Mary was German in figure and walk. I used sometimes to call her Little Dutchy and Pigeon Toes. She had a will of her own, as shown sometimes by the obstinate knit in her forehead between the eyes. Mary sat still by the fire, and presently I saw her chin tremble. "What is it, Mary?" She turned her face farther from me. I felt tired, disappointed, and irritated, suffering from a reaction. "Now, what is it, Mary?" I asked. "I'm sick of this sort of thing. Haven't you got everything you wanted? You've had your own way. What's the matter with you now?"
"You know very well, Joe."
"But I don't know," I said. I knew too well. She said nothing. "Look here, Mary," I said, putting my hand on her shoulder. "Don't go on like that. Tell me what's the matter."
"It's only this," she said suddenly. "I can't stand the life here. It will kill me."
I had a pannikin of tea in me hand, and I banged it down on the table. "This is more than a man can stand," I shouted. "You know very well that it was you that dragged me out here. You run me on to this. Why weren't you content to stay in Gulgong?"
"And what sort of a place was Gulgong, Joe?"
asked Mary quietly. I thought even then in a flash what sort of a place Gulgong was. A wretched remnant of a town on an abandoned goldfield. One street, each side of the dusty main road, 3 or 4 one-storey square brick cottages with hip roofs of galvanised iron that glared in the heat, 4 rooms and a passage, the police station, bank manager and schoolmaster's cottages, etc. Half a dozen tumble-down weatherboard shanties, the 3 pubs, the 2 stores, and the post office. The town tailing off into weatherboard boxes with tin tops and old bark huts, relics of the digging days, propped up by many rotting poles. The men, when at home, mostly asleep or droning over their pipes or hanging about the veranda posts of the pubs, saying, "Hello, Bill," or "Hello, Jim," or sometimes drunk. The women, mostly hags, who blackened each other's and girls' characters with their tongues and criticised the aristocracy's washing hung out on the line.
"And the colour of the clothes? Does that woman wash her clothes at all, or only soak them and hang them out?"
That was Gulgong. "Well, why didn't you come to Sydney, as I wanted you to?" I asked Mary.
"You know very well, Joe,"
said Mary quietly. I knew very well, but the knowledge only maddened me. I had had an idea of getting a billet in one of the big wool stores. I was a fair wool expert, but Mary was afraid of the drink. I could keep well away from it so long as I worked hard in the bush. I had gone to Sydney twice since I met Mary, once before we were married, and she forgave me when I came back, and once afterwards. I got a billet there then, and was going to send for her in a month. After 8 weeks she raised the money somehow, and came to Sydney and brought me home. I got pretty low down that time. "But Mary," I said, "it would have been different this time. You would have been with me. I can take a glass now, or leave it alone."
"As long as you take a glass, there is danger,"
she said. "Well, what do you want to advise me to come out here for if you can't stand it? Why didn't you stay where you were? I asked.
Well, she said, why weren't you more decided?
I'd have sat down, but I jumped to my feet then. Good God, I shouted. This is more than any man can stand. I'll chuck it all up. I'm damn well sick and tired of the whole thing.
So am I, Joe,
said Mary wearily. We quarrelled badly then, that first hour in our new home. I know now whose fault it was. I got my hat and went out and started to walk down the creek. I didn't feel bitter against Mary. I had spoken too cruelly to her to feel that way. Looking back, I could see plainly that if I had taken her advice all through, instead of now and again, things would have been all right with me. I had come away and left her crying in the hut, and James telling her, in a brotherly way, that it was all her fault. The trouble was that I never liked to give in or go halfway to make it up. Not halfway. It was all the way or nothing with our natures. If I don't make a stand now, I'd say, I'll never be master. I gave up the reins when I got married, and I'll have to get them back again. What women some men are. But the time came, and not many years after, when I stood by the bed where Mary lay, white and still. And amongst other things I kept saying, I'll give in, Mary, I'll give in. And then I'd laugh. They thought that I was raving mad, and took me from the room. But that time was to come. As I walked down the creek track in the moonlight, the question rang in my ears again, as it had done when I first caught sight of the house that evening. Why did I bring her here? I was not fit to go on the land. The place was only fit for some stolid German or Scotsman, or even Englishman and his wife, who had no ambition but to bullock and make a farm of the place. I had only drifted here through carelessness, brooding, and discontent. I walked on and on till I was more than halfway to the only neighbours, a wretched selector's family about 4 miles down the creek, and I thought I'd go into the house and see if they had any fresh meat. A mile or two farther I saw the loom of the bark hut they lived in, on a patchy clearing in the scrub, and heard the voice of the selector's wife. I'd seen her several times. She was a gaunt, haggard bushwoman, and I suppose the reason why she hadn't gone mad through hardship and loneliness was that she hadn't either the brains or the memory to go farther than she could see through the trunks of the apple trees. You, Annie! Annie. Yes? From somewhere in the gloom. Didn't I tell you to water them geraniums? Well, didn't I? Don't tell lies or I'll break your young back. I did, I tell you. The water won't soak into the ashes. Geraniums were the only flowers I saw grow in the drought out there. I remember this woman had a few dirty grey-green leaves behind some sticks against the bark wall near the door, and in spite of the sticks the fowls used to get in and scratch beds under the geraniums, and scratch dust over them, and ashes were thrown there, with an idea of helping the flower, I suppose, and greasy dishwater, when fresh water was scarce, till you might as well try to water a dish of fat. Then the woman's voice again. You, Tommy. Tommy. Silence, save for an echo on the ridge. You, Tommy. Yes. Shrill shriek from across the creek. Didn't I tell you to ride up to them new people and see if they want any meat or anything? In one long screech. Well, I can't find the horse. Well, find it first thing in the morning, and don't forget to tell Mrs. Wilson that the mother will be up as soon as she can. I didn't feel like going to the woman's house that night. I felt, and a thought came like a whip-stroke on my heart, that this was what Mary would come to if I left her here. I turned and started to walk home, fast. I'd made up my mind. I'd take Mary straight back to Gulgong in the morning. I forgot about the load I had to take to the sheep station. I'd say, "Look here, girlie," that's what I used to call her, "we'll leave this wretched life. We'll leave the bush forever. We'll go to Sydney and I'll be a man and work my way up." And I'd sell wagon, horses and all and go. When I got to the hut, it was lighted up. Mary had the only kerosene lamp, a slush lamp, and 2 tallow candles going. She had got both rooms washed out, to James's disgust, for he had to move the furniture and boxes about. She had a lot of things unpacked on the table. She had laid clean newspapers on the mantel-shelf, a slab on 2 pegs over the fireplace, and put the little wooden clock in the centre and some of the ornaments on each side, and was tacking a strip of Van Dyked American oilcloth round the rough edge of the slab. "How does that look, Joe? We'll soon get things ship-shape." I kissed her, but she had her mouth full of tacks. I went out into the kitchen, drank a pint of cold tea, and sat down. Somehow, I didn't feel satisfied with the way things had gone. End of Part 1. Water Them Geraniums by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2. Past Karen. Next morning things looked a lot brighter. Things always look brighter in the morning, more so in the Australian bush, I should think, than in most other places. It is when the sun goes down on the dark bed of the lonely bush, and the sunset flashes like a sea of fire, and then fades, and then glows out again like a bank of coals, and then burns away to ashes. It is then that the old things come home to one. And strange, new old things too, that haunt and depress you terribly, and that you can't understand. I often think how, at sunset, the past must come home to new chum black sheep, sent out to Australia and drifted into the bush. I used to think that they couldn't have much brains, or the loneliness would drive them mad. I'd decided to let James take the team for a trip or 2. He could drive all right. He was a better businessman, and no doubt would manage better than me, as long as the novelty lasted. And I'd stay at home for a week or so, till Mary got used to the place, or I could get a girl from somewhere to come and stay with her. The first weeks or few months of loneliness are the worst, as a rule, I believe, as they say the first weeks in jail are. I was never there. I know it's so with tramping or hard graft. The first day or 2 are twice as hard as any of the rest. But, for my part, I could never get used to loneliness and the dullness. The last days used to be the worst with me. Then I'd have to make a move, or drink. When you've been too much and too long alone in a lonely place, you begin to do queer things and think queer thoughts, provided you have any imagination at all. You'll sometimes sit of an evening and watch the lonely track, by the hour, for a horseman or a cart or someone that's never likely to come that way, someone, or a stranger, that you can't and don't really expect to see. I think that most men who have been alone in the bush for any length of time, and married couples too, are more or less mad. With married couples it is generally the husband who is painfully shy and awkward when strangers come. The woman seems to stand the loneliness better, and can hold her own with strangers, as a rule. It's only afterwards, and looking back, that you see how queer you got. Shepherds and boundary riders, who are alone for months, must have their periodical spree of the nearest shanty, else they'd go raving mad. Drink is the only break in the awful monotony, and a yearly or half-yearly spree is the only thing they've got to look forward to. It keeps their minds fixed on something definite ahead. But Mary kept her head pretty well through the first month of loneliness. Weeks, rather, I should say, for it wasn't as bad as it might have been farther up country. There was generally someone come of a Sunday afternoon, a spring cart with a couple of women, or maybe a family, or a lanky shy bush native or two on lanky shy horses. On a quiet Sunday, after I brought Jim home, Mary would dress him and herself, just the same as if we were in town, and make me get up on one end and put on a collar and take her and Jim for a walk along the creek. She said she wanted to keep me civilised. She tried to make a gentleman of me for years, but gave it up gradually. Well, it was the first morning on the creek. I was greasing the waggon wheels, and James out after the horse, and Mary hanging out clothes in an old print dress and a big ugly white hood, when I heard her being hailed as, "Hi, missus," from the front slip rails. It was a boy on horseback. He was a light-haired, very much freckled boy of 14 or 15, with a small head, but with limbs, especially his bare sun-blotched shanks, that might have belonged to a grown man. He had a good face and frank grey eyes. An old, nearly black cabbage-tree hat rested on the butts of his ears, turning them out at right angles from his head, and rather dirty sprouts they were. He wore a dirty, torn Crimean shirt, and a pair of man's moleskin trousers rolled up above the knees, with the wide waistband gathered under a green hide belt. I noticed, later on, that, even when he wore trousers short enough for him, he always rolled them up above the knees when on horseback, for some reason of his own, to suggest leggings perhaps, for he had them rolled up in all weathers, and he wouldn't have bothered to save them from the sweat of the horse, even if that horse ever sweated. He was seated astride a 3-bushel bag thrown across the ridgepole of a big grey horse, with a coffin-shaped head, and built astern something after the style of a roughly put-up, hip-roofed box-bark humpy. His colour was like old box-bark too, a dirty bluish grey, and one time, when I saw his rump looming out of the scrub, I really thought it was some old shepherd's hut that I hadn't noticed there before. When he cantered, it was like the humpy starting off on its corner posts. "Are you Mrs. Wilson?" asked the boy. "Yes," said Mary. "Well, Mother told me to ride across and see if you want anything. We killed last night, and I fetched a piece of cow." "Piece of what?" asked Mary. He grinned, and handed a sugar bag across the rail with something heavy in the bottom of it, that nearly jerked Mary's arm out when she took it. It was a piece of beef that looked as if it had been cut off with a wood-axe, but it was fresh and clean. "Oh, I'm so glad," cried Mary. She was always impulsive, save to me sometimes. "I was just wondering where we were going to get any fresh meat. How kind of your mother. Tell her I'm very much obliged to her indeed." And she felt behind her for a poor little purse she had. "And now, how much did your mother say it would be?" The boy blinked at her and scratched his head. "How much will it be?" he repeated, puzzled. "Oh, how much does it weigh, I suppose you mean? Well, it ain't been weighed at all. We ain't got no scales. A butcher does all that sort of thing. We just kills it and cooks it and eats it, and goes by guess. What won't keep we salts down in the cask. I reckon it weighs about a ton by the weight of it, if you want to know. Mother thought that if she sent any more it would go bad before he could scoff it. I can't see—" "Yes, yes," said Mary, getting confused. "But what I want to know is, how do you manage when you sell it?" He glared at her and scratched his head. "Sell it? Why, we only goes halves in a steer with someone, or sells steers to the butcher, or maybe some meat to a party of fencers, or surveyors, or tank sinkers, or them sort of people." "Yes, yes, but what I want to know is, how much am I to send your mother for this?" "How much what?" "Money, of course, you stupid boy," said Mary. "You seem a very stupid boy." Then he saw what she was driving at. He began to fling his heels convulsively against the sides of his horse, jerking his body backward and forward at the same time, as if to wind up and start some clockwork machinery inside the horse that made it go, and seemed to need repairing or oiling. "We ain't that sort of people, missus," he said. "We don't sell meat to new people that come to settle here." Then, jerking his thumb contemptuously towards the ridges, "Go over to Wall's if you want to buy meat. They sell meat to strangers." Wall was a big squatter over the ridges. "Oh," said Mary, "I'm so sorry. Thank your mother for me. She is kind." "Oh, that's nothing. She said to tell you she'll be up as soon as she can. She'd have come up yesterday evening. She thought you'd feel lonely, coming new to a place like this, but she couldn't get up." The machinery inside the old horse showed signs of starting. You almost heard the wooden joints creak as he lurched forward, like an old propped-up humpy when the rotting props give way. But at the sound of Mary's voice he settled back on his foundations again. It must have been a very poor selection that couldn't afford a better spare horse than that. "Reach me that lump of wood, will you, missus?" said the boy, and he pointed to one of my spreads for the team chains that lay inside the fence. "I'll fling it back again over the fence when I get this old cow started." "But wait a minute, I've forgotten your mother's name," said Mary. He grabbed at his watch impatiently. "Me mother? Oh, the old woman's name's Mrs. Spicer. Get up, can't ya?" He twisted himself round and brought the stretcher down on one of the horse's points, and he had many, with a crack that must have jarred his wrist. "Do you go to school?" asked Mary. There was a 3 days a week school over the ridges at Wall's station. "No," he jerked out, keeping his legs going. "Me? Why, I'm going on for 15. The last teacher at Wall's finished me. I'm going to Queensland next month, droving." Queensland border was over 300 miles away. "Finished you? How?" asked Mary. "Me education, of course. How do you expect me to start this horse when you keep talking?" He split the spread over the horse's point, threw the pieces over the fence, and was off, his elbows and legs flinging wildly, and the old saw-stool lumbering along the road like an old working bullock trying a canter. That horse wasn't a trotter. And next month he did start for Queensland. He was a younger son and a surplus boy on a wretched, poverty-stricken selection, and as there was "northin' doin'" in the district, his father, in a burst of fatherly kindness, I suppose, made him a present of the old horse and a new pair of blucher boots, and I gave him an old saddle and a coat, and he started for the never-never country. And I'll bet he got there, but I'm doubtful if the old horse did. Mary gave the boy 5 shillings, and I don't think he had anything more except a clean shirt and an extra pair of white cotton socks. Spicer's farm was a big bark humpy on a patchy clearing in the native apple tree scrub. The clearing was fenced in by a light, dog-legged fence, a fence of sapling poles resting on forks and X-shaped uprights, and the dusty ground round the house was almost entirely covered with cattle dung. There was no attempt at cultivation when I came to live on the creek, but there were old furrow marks amongst the stumps of another shapeless patch in the scrub near the hut. There was a wretched sapling cow-yard and calf pen, and a cow bail with one sheet of bark over it for shelter. There was no dairy to be seen, and I suppose the milk was set in one of the 2 skillion rooms, or lean-tos, behind the hut. The other was the boys' bedroom. The Spicers kept a few cows and steers, and had 30 or 40 sheep. Mrs. Spicer used to drive down the creek once a week in her rickety old spring cart to Cobborah with butter and eggs. The hut was nearly as bare inside as it was out, just a frame of round timber, sapling poles, covered with bark. The furniture was permanent, unless you rooted it up, like in our kitchen, a rough slab table on stakes driven into the ground, and seats made the same way. Mary told me afterwards that the beds in the bag and bark partitioned off room, mother's bedroom, were simply poles laid side by side on cross pieces supported by stakes driven into the ground, with straw mattresses and some worn-out bedclothes. Mrs. Spicer had an old patchwork quilt, in rags, and the remains of a white one, and Mary said it was pitiful to see how these things would be spread over the beds, to hide them as much as possible, when she went down there. A packing case, with something like an old print skirt draped round it, and a cracked looking-glass, without a frame, on top, was the dressing-table. There were a couple of gin cases for a wardrobe. The boys' beds were 3 bushel bags stretched between poles fastened to uprights. The floor was the original surface, tramped hard, worn uneven with much sweeping and with puddles in rainy weather where the roof leaked. Mrs. Spicer used to stand old tins, dishes and buckets under as many of the leaks as she could. The saucepans, kettles and boilers were old kerosene tins and billies. They used kerosene tins, too, cut long ways in halves, for setting the milk in. The plates and cups were of tin. There were 2 or 3 cups without saucers and a crockery plate or 2. Also 2 mugs, cracked and without handles, one with "For a good boy" and the other with "For a good girl" on it. But all these were kept on the mantel-shelf for ornament and for company. They were the only ornaments in the house, save a little wooden clock that hadn't gone for years. Mrs. Spicer had a superstition that she had some things packed away from the children. The pictures were cut from old copies of the Illustrated Sydney News and pasted on to the bark. I remember this because I remembered, long ago, the Spencers, who were our neighbours when I was a boy, had the walls of their bedroom covered with illustrations of the American Civil War, cut from illustrated London papers, and I used to sneak into Mother's bedroom with Fred Spencer whenever we got the chance, and gloat over the prints. I gave him a blade of a pocket-knife once for taking me in there. I saw very little of Spicer. He was a big, dark-haired and whiskered man. I had an idea that he wasn't a selector at all, only a dummy for the squatter of the Cobra Run. You see, selectors were allowed to take up land on runs, or pastoral leases. The squatters kept them off as much as possible by all manners of dodges and paltry persecution. The squatter would get as much freehold as he could, select as much land as the law allowed one man to take up, and then employ dummy selectors, to take up bits of land that he fancied about his run and hold them for him. Spicer seemed gloomy and unsociable. He was seldom at home. He was generally supposed to be away shearing or fencing or working on somebody's station. It turned out that the last 6 months he was away, it was on the evidence of a cask of beef and a hide with a brand cut out, found in his camp on a fencing contract up country, and which he and his mates couldn't account for satisfactorily, while a squatter could. Then the family lived mostly on bread and honey, or bread and treacle, or bread and dripping, and tea. Every ounce of butter and every egg was needed for the market, to keep them in flour, tea and sugar. Mary found that out, but couldn't help them much, except by stuffing the children with bread and meat or bread and jam whenever they came up to our place, for Mrs. Spicer was proud with the pride that lies down in the end and turns its face to the wall and dies. Once, when Mary asked Annie, the eldest girl at home, if she was hungry, she denied it, but she looked it. A ragged mite she had with her explained things. The little fella said, "Mother told Annie not to say we was hungry if you asked, but if you would give us anything to eat, we was to take it and say, 'Thank you, Mrs. Wilson.' I wouldn't have told you a lie, but I thought Jimmy would split on me, Mrs. Wilson," said Annie. "Thank you, Mrs. Wilson." She was not a big woman. She was gaunt and flat-chested, and her face was burned to a brick, as they say out there. She had brown eyes, nearly red, and a little wild-looking at times, and a sharp face, ground sharp by hardship, the cheeks drawn in, She had an expression like a woman who had been very curious and suspicious at one time, and wanted to know everybody's business and hear everything, and had lost all her curiosity without losing the expression or the quick, suspicious movements of the head. I don't suppose you understand. I can't explain it any other way. She was not more than 40. I remember the first morning I saw her. I was going up the creek to look at the selection for the first time, and called at the hut to see if she had a bit of fresh mutton, as I had none and was sick of corned beef. "Yes, of course," she said, in a sharp, nasty tone, as if to say, "Is there anything more you want while the shop's open?" I'd met just the same sort of woman years before, while I was carrying swag between the shearing sheds in the awful scrubs out west of the Darling River, so I didn't turn on my heels and walk away. I waited for her to speak again. "Come inside," she said, "and sit down. I see you've got the wagon outside. I suppose your name's Wilson, ain't it? You're thinking about taking on Harry Marshfield's selection up the creek, so I heard. Wait till I fry you a chop and boil the billy." Her voice sounded, more than anything else, like a voice coming out of a phonograph. I heard one in Sydney the other day, and not like a voice coming out of her. But sometimes, when she got outside her everyday life on this selection, she spoke in a sort of lost, groping in the dark kind of voice. She didn't talk much this time, just spoke in a mechanical way of the drought and the hard times. "And butter and eggs being down, and her husband and eldest son being away, and that making it so hard for her." I don't know how many children she had. I never got a chance to count them, for they were nearly all small and shy as piccaninnies, and used to run and hide when anybody came. They were mostly nearly as black as piccaninnies too. She must have averaged a baby a year for years, and God only knows how she got over her confinements. Once, they said, she only had a black gin with her. She had an elder boy and girl, but she seldom spoke of them. The girl, Liza, was in service in Sydney. I'm afraid I knew what that meant. The elder son was away. He'd been a bit of a favourite round there, it seemed. Someone might ask her, "How's your son Jack, Mrs. Spicer?" Or, "Heard of Jack lately? And where is he now?" "Oh, he's somewheres up country," she'd say in the groping voice, or, "He's droving in Queensland, or shearing on the Darling the last time I heerd from him. We ain't had a line from him since Christmas 'fore last." And she'd turn her haggard eyes in a helpless, hopeless sort of way towards the west, towards up country and out back. The eldest girl at home was 9 or 10, with a little old face and lines across her forehead. She had an older expression than her mother. Tommy went to Queensland, as I told you. The eldest son at home, Bill, older than Tommy, was a bit wild. I've passed the place in smothering hot mornings in December, when the droppings about the cowyard had crumpled the dust that rose in the warm, sickly sunrise wind, and seen that woman at work in the cowyard, baling up and leg-roping cows, milking, or hauling at a rope round the neck of a half-grown calf that was too strong for her, and she was tough as fencing wire, or humping great buckets of sour milk to the pigs or the poddies, hand-fed calves, in the pen. I'd get off the horse and give her a hand sometimes with a young steer, or a cranky old cow that wouldn't bail up, and threatened her with the horns. She'd say, "Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Do you think we're ever going to have any rain?" I've ridden past the place on bitter black rainy mornings in June or July, and seen her trudging about the yard, that was ankle-deep in black liquid filth, with an old pair of blucher boots on and an old coat of her husband's, or maybe a 3-corner bushel bag over her shoulders. I've seen her climbing on the roof by means of the water cask at the corner, and trying to stop a leak by shoving a piece of tin in under the bark. And when I'd fixed the leak, "Thank you, Mr. Wilson. This drop of rain's a blessing. Come in and have a dry at the fire and I'll make you a cup of tea." And if I was in a hurry, "Come in, man alive, come in and dry yourself a bit till the rain holds up. You can't go home like this. You'll get your death of cold." I've even seen her, in the terrible drought, climbing she-oaks and apple trees by a makeshift ladder and awkwardly lopping off boughs to feed the starving cattle. "Just trying to keep the milkers alive till the rain comes." They said that when the pleuro-pneumonia was in the district and amongst her cattle, she bled and physicked them herself, and fed those that were down with slices of half-ripe pumpkins from a crop that had failed. "And one day," she told Mary, "there was a big barren heifer that we called Queen Elizabeth that was down with the pleura. She'd been down for 4 days and hadn't moved, when one morning I dumped some wheat and chaff. We had a few bags that Spicer brought home. I dumped it in front of her nose, and, would you believe it, Mrs. Wilson, she stumbled onto her feet and chased me all the way to the house. I had to pick up me skirts and run. Wasn't it ridiculous?" They had a sense of the ridiculous, most of those poor sun-dried bushwomen. I fancy that helped to save them from madness. "We lost nearly all our milkers," she told Mary. "I remember one day Tommy came running to the house and screamed, 'Mother, there's another milker down with the pleura,' just as if it was great news. Well, Mrs. Wilson, I was dead beat, so I give in. I just sit down to have a good cry, and felt for me handkerchief. It was a rag of a handkerchief, full of holes. All me others was in the wash. Without seeing what I was doing, I put me finger through one hole in the handkerchief, and me thumb through the other, and poked me fingers into me eyes, instead of wiping them. Then I had to laugh." There's a story that once, when the bush, or rather grass, fires were out all along the creek on Spicer's side, all station hands were up above our place, trying to keep the fire back from the boundary, and towards evening one of the men happened to think of the Spicers. They saw smoke down that way. Spicer was away from home, and they had a small crop of wheat, nearly ripe, on the selection. "My God, that poor devil of a woman will be burnt out, if she ain't already," shouted young Billy Wall. "Come along, 3 or 4 of you chaps." It was shearing time, and there were plenty of men on the station. They raced down the creek to Spicer's, and were just in time to save the wheat. She had her sleeves tucked up, and was beating out the burning grass with a bough. She'd been at it for an hour, and was black as a gin, they said. She only said, when they turned the fire, "Thank you. Wait, and I'll make some tea." After tea, the first Sunday she came to see us, Mary asked, "Don't you feel lonely, Mrs. Spicer, when your husband goes away?" "Well, no, Mrs. Wilson," she said, in the groping sort of voice. "I used to once. I remember when we lived on the Cudgegong River. We lived in a brick house then. The first time Spicer had to go away from home, I nearly fretted my eyes out, and he was only going shearing for a month. I must have been a fool, but then we was only jist married a little while. He's been away droving in Queensland as long as 18 months at a time since then. But," her voice seemed to grope in the dark more than ever, "I don't mind. I somehow seem to have got past caring. Besides, Spicer was a very different man then to what he is now. He's got so moody and gloomy at home, he hardly ever speaks." Mary sat silent for a minute, thinking. Then Mrs. Spicer roused herself. "Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. You mustn't take any notice of me, Mrs. Wilson. I don't often go on like this. I do believe I'm getting a bit ratty at times. It must be the heat and the dullness." But once or twice afterwards she referred to a time when Spicer was a different man to what he was now. I walked home with her a piece along the creek. She said nothing for a long time, and seemed to be thinking in a puzzled way. Then she said suddenly, What did you bring her out here for? She's only a girl. I beg pardon, Mrs. Spicer. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I believe I'm getting ready. You mustn't take any notice of me, Mr. Wilson. She wasn't much company for Mary, and often, when she had a child with her, she'd start taking notice of the baby while Mary was talking, which used to exasperate Mary. But poor Mrs. Spicer couldn't help it, and she seemed to hear all the same. Her great trouble was that she couldn't get no regular schooling for the children. I learns them at home as much as I can, but I don't get a moment to call me own, and I'm generally that deadbeat at night that I'm fit for nothing. Mary had some of the children up now and then later on, and taught them a little. When she first offered to do so, Mrs. Spicer laid hold of the handiest youngster and said, "There, do you hear that? Mrs. Wilson's going to teach you, and it's more than you deserve." The youngster had been crying over something. "Now, go up and say, 'Thank you, Mrs. Wilson,' and if you ain't good, and don't do what she tells you, I'll break every bone in your young body." The poor little devil stammered something and escaped. The children were sent by turns over to Walls to Sunday school. When Tommy was at home he had a new pair of elastic-side boots, and there was no end of rows about them in the family, for Mother made him lend them to his sister Annie to go to Sunday school in her turn. There were only about 3 pairs of anyway decent boots in the family, and these were saved for great occasions. The children were always as clean and tidy as possible when they came to our place, and I think the saddest and most pathetic sight on the face of God's earth is the children of very poor people made to appear well. The broken, worn-out boots polished or greased, the blackened, inked pieces of string for laces, the clean-patched pinafores over the wretched threadbare frocks. Behind the little row of children, hand in hand, and no matter where they are, I always see the worn face of the mother. Towards the end of the first year on the selection, our little girl came. I'd sent Mary to Gulgong for 4 months that time, and when she came back with the baby, Mrs. Spicer used to come up pretty often. She came up several times when Mary was ill, to lend a hand. She wouldn't sit down and condole with Mary, or waste her time asking questions, or talking about the time when she was ill herself. She'd take off her hat, a shapeless little lump of black straw she wore for visiting, give her hair a quick brush back with the palms of her hands, roll up her sleeves, and set to work to tidy up. She seemed to take most pleasure in sorting out our children's clothes and dressing them. Perhaps she used to dress her own like that in the days when Spicer was a different man from what he was now. She seemed interested in the fashion plates of some women's journals we had, and used to study them with an interest that puzzled me, for she was not likely to go in for fashion. She never talked of her early girlhood, but Mary, from some things she'd noticed, was inclined to think that Mrs. Spicer had been fairly well brought up. For instance, Dr. Ballanfanti from Cudgegong came out to see Wall's wife, and drove up the creek to our place on his way back to see how Mary and the baby were getting on. Mary got out some crockery and some table napkins that she had packed away for occasions like this, and she said that the way Mrs. Spicer handled the things and helped set the table, though she did it in a mechanical sort of way, convinced her that she had been used to table napkins at one time in her life. Sometimes, after a long pause in the conversation, Mrs. Spicer would say suddenly, "Oh, I don't think I'll come next week, Mrs. Wilson." "Why, Mrs. Spicer?" "Because the visits don't do me any good. I get the dismals afterwards." "Why, Mrs. Spicer? What on earth do you mean?" "Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. You mustn't take any notice of me." And she put on her hat, kissed the children, and Mary too sometimes, if she mistook her for a child, and go. Mary thought her a little mad at times, but I seemed to understand. Once, when Mrs. Spicer was sick, Mary went down to her, and down again next day. As she was coming away the second time, Mrs. Spicer said, "I wish you wouldn't come down any more till I'm on me feet, Mrs. Wilson. the children can do for me?" "Why, Mrs. Spicer?" "Well, the place is in such a muck, and it hurts me." We were the aristocrats of Leahy's Creek. Whenever we drove down on Sunday afternoon to see Mrs. Spicer, and as soon as we got near enough for them to hear the rattle of the cart, we'd see the children running out to the house as fast as they could split, and hear them screaming, "Oh, mother, here comes Mr. and Mrs. Wilson in their spring cart." And we'd see her bustle round, and 2 or 3 fowls fly out the front door, and she'd lay hold of a broom, made of a bound bunch of broom stuff, coarse reedy grass or bush from the ridges, with a stick stuck in it, and flick out the floor, with a flick or 2 round in front of the door perhaps. The floor nearly always needed at least 1 flick of the broom on account of the fowls. Or she'd catch a youngster and scrub his face with the wet end of a cloudy towel, or twist the towel round her finger and dig out his ears, as if she was anxious to have him hear every word that was going to be said. No matter what state the house would be in, she'd always say, "I was just expecting you, Mrs. Wilson," and she was original in that, anyway. She had an old patched and darned white tablecloth that she used to spread out on the table when we were there, as a matter of course. "The other is in the wash, so you must excuse us, Mrs. Wilson." But I saw, by the eyes of the children, that the cloth was rather a wonderful thing to them. "I really must get some more knives and forks next time I'm in Cobra," she'd say. "The children break and lose 'em till I'm ashamed to ask Christians to sit down to the table." She had many bush yarns, some of them very funny, some of them rather ghastly, but all interesting, and with a grim sort of humour about them. But the effect was often spoiled by her screaming at the children to "Drive out them fowls, can't you?" or "Take your maulies (hands) out of the sugar," or "Don't touch Mrs. Wilson's baby with them dirty maulies," or "Don't stand staring at Mrs. Wilson with your mouth and ears in that vulgar way." Poor woman! She seemed everlastingly nagging at the children. It was a habit, but they didn't seem to mind. Most bushwomen get the nagging habit. I remember one who had the prettiest, dearest, sweetest, most willing and affectionate little girl I think I ever saw, and she nagged that child from daylight to dark, and after it. Taking it all round, I think that the nagging habit in a mother is often worse on ordinary children, and more deadly on sensitive youngsters, than the drinking habit in a father. One of the yarns Mrs. Spicer told us was about a squatter she knew who used to go wrong in his head every now and again and try to commit suicide. Once when the station hand, who was watching him, had his eye off him for a minute, he hanged himself to a beam in the stable. The men ran in and found him hanging and kicking. "They let him hang for a while," said Mrs. Spicer, "till he went black in the face and stopped kicking. Then they cut him down and threw a bucket of water over him." "Why on earth did they let the man hang for?" asked Mary. "To give him a good bellyful of it. They thought it would cure him of trying to hang himself again." "Well, that's the coolest thing I ever heard of," said Mary. "That's just what the magistrate said, Mrs. Wilson," said Mrs. Spicer. "One morning," said Mrs. Spicer, "Spicer had gone off on his horse somewhere, and I was alone with the children, when a man came to the door and said, 'For God's sake, woman, give me a drink.' Lord only knows where he came from. He was dressed like a new chum. His clothes was good, but he looked as if he'd been sleeping in them in the bush for a month. He was very shaky. I had some coffee that morning, so I gave him some in a pint pot. He drank it, and then he stood on his head till he tumbled over, and then he stood on his feet and said, 'Thank you, mum.' I was so surprised that I didn't know what to say, so I just said, 'Would you like some more coffee?' 'Yes, thank you,' he said, 'about 2 quarts.' I nearly filled the pint pot, and he drank it and stood on his head as long as he could, and when he got right up he said, 'Thank you, mum, it's a fine day,' and then he walked off. He had 2 saddle straps in his hands." "Why, what did he stand on his head for?" asked Mary. "To wash it up and down, I suppose, to get twice as much of the taste of the coffee. He had no hat. I sent Tommy across to Walls to tell them there was a man wandering about the bush in the horrors of drink, and to get some people to ride for the police. But they was too late, for he hanged himself that night."
"Oh, Lord!"
cried Mary. "Yes, right close to here, just down the creek, where the track to Walls branches off. Tommy found him while he was out after the cows, hanging to the branch of a tree with the 2 saddle straps." Mary stared at her, speechless. "Tommy came home yelling with fright. I sent him over to Walls at once. After breakfast, the minute my eyes was off them, the children slipped away and went down there. They came back screaming at the tops of their voices. I did give it to them. I reckon they won't want to see a dead body again in a hurry. Every time I'd mention it, they'd huddle together, or catch hold of me skirts and howl. 'You'll go again when I tell you not to,' I'd say. 'Oh no, mother,' they'd howl. 'You wanted to see a man hanging,' I said. 'Oh, don't, mother, don't talk about it. You wouldn't be satisfied till you see it,' I'd say. 'You had to see it or burst. You're satisfied now, ain't you?' 'Oh, don't, mother. You run all the way there, I suppose.' 'Don't, mother.' 'But you run faster back, didn't you?' 'Oh, don't, mother.' 'But,' said Mrs. Spicer, in conclusion, 'I'd been down to see it myself before they was up.'
'And ain't you afraid to live alone here after all these horrible things?'
asked Mary. 'Well, no, I don't mind. I seem to have got past caring for anythink now. I felt it a little when Tommy went away, the first time I felt anythink for years. But I'm over that now.'
'Haven't you got any friends in the district, Mrs. Spicer?'
'Oh yes, there's me married sister near Cobborah, and a married brother near Dubbo. He's got a station. They wanted to take me and the children between them, or take some of the younger children. But I can bring my mind to break up the home. I want to keep the children together as much as possible. There's enough of them gone, God knows. But it's a comfort to know that there's someone to see to them if anythink happens to me.' One day, I was on my way home with the team that day. Annie Spicer came running up the creek in terrible trouble.
'Oh, Mrs. Wilson, something terrible's happened at home. A trooper—'
mounted policemen they called them, mounted troopers out there.
'A trooper's come and took Billy.'
Billy was the eldest son at home.
'What?' 'It's true, Mrs. Wilson.' 'What for? What did the policeman say?' He said, I'm very sorry, Mrs. Spicer, but I want William.'
It turned out that William was wanted on account of a horse missed from Wall Station and sold down country.
'And mother took on awful,'
sobbed Annie.
'And now she'll only sit stock still and stare in front of her, and won't take any notice of any of us. Oh, it's awful, Mrs. Wilson. The policeman said he'd tell Aunt Emma,' Mrs. Spicer's sister at Cobborah, 'and send her out. But I had to come to you, and I've run all the way.'
James put the horse to the cart and drove Mary down. Mary told me all about it when I came home.
'I found her just as Annie said, but she broke down and cried in my arms. Oh, Joe, it was awful. She didn't cry like a woman. I heard a man at Haviland cry at his brother's funeral, and it was just like that. She came round a bit after a while. Her sister's with her now. Oh, Joe, you must take me away from the bush.'
Later on, Mary said,
'How the oaks are sighing tonight, Joe.'
Next morning I rode across to Wall Station and tackled the old man. But he was a hard man and wouldn't listen to me. In fact, he ordered me off the station. I was a selector, and that was enough for him. But young Billy Wall rode after me. 'Look here, Joe,' he said, 'it's a blanky shame, all for the sake of a horse. And as if that poor devil of a woman hasn't got enough to put up with already. I wouldn't do it for 20 horses. I'll tackle the boss, and if he won't listen to me, I'll walk off the run for the last time, if I have to carry my swag.' Billy Wall managed it. The charge was withdrawn, and we got young Billy Spicer off up country. But poor Mrs. Spicer was never the same after that. She seldom came up to our place unless Mary dragged her, so to speak, and then she would talk of nothing but her last trouble, till her visits were painful to look forward to. If it only could have been kept quiet, for the sake of the other children. They are all I think of now. I tried to bring them up all decent, but I suppose it was my fault, somehow. It's the disgrace that's killing me. I can't bear it. I was at home one Sunday with Mary and a jolly bush girl named Maggie Charlesworth, who rode over sometimes from Wall Station. I must tell you about her some other time. James was shook after her. And we got talking about Mrs. Spicer. Maggie was very warm about old Wall. "I expected Mrs. Spicer up today," said Mary. "She seems better lately." "Why," cried Maggie Charlesworth, "is that Aunt Annie coming running up along the creek? Something's the matter." We all jumped up and ran out. "What is it, Annie?" cried Mary. "Oh, Mrs. Wilson, Mother's asleep and we can't wake her." "What?" It's the truth, Mrs. Wilson." "How long has she been asleep?" "Since last night." "My God!" cried Mary. "Since last night?" "No, Mrs. Wilson, not all the time. She woke once, about daylight this morning. She called me and said she didn't feel well, and I'd have to manage the milking." "Was that all she said?" "No, she said not to go for you, and she said to feed the pigs and calves, and she said to be sure and water them geraniums." Mary wanted to go, but I wouldn't let her. James and I saddled our horses and rode down the creek. Mrs. Spicer looked very little different from what she did when I last saw her alive. It was some time before we could believe that she was dead. But she was past caring right enough. End of Water Them Geraniums by Henry Lawson. A Guide for Poits by C.J. Dennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. A Guide for Poits, compiled by the Sentimental Bloke. I ain't no verse hog. When I busts in song and fills the air with tuneful melody, I likes for other coves to come along and biff the lyre in company with me. So, when I see some peb beguile an hour be joinin' in the chorus o' me song, I never sees no use in turnin' sour, but singin' days with no one lasts too long. I'd like to see the rocks and little lawn grow centres for the arts of weavin' rhyme, with dinky harps for blokes to plunk upon, and spruikin' poits workin' overtime. I'd love to listen to each tuneful lay of soulful coots who scorn to write for gain, to see true art bloom down in Chowder Bay, and culture jump the joint in Spadger's Lane. Gawstruth! For us, life's got no joy to spare. We're short of bird-songs, soaring clean and pure. A bloke is hardly off the bottle there before he's in the jug, a bird for sure. So who am I to say no bloke shall sing, just how and where and when sich blokes may choose? She's got no lines to show, nor yet no ring. Lor blimey, I ain't married to me Muse. Am square and all, to show there's no offence, to show that in me heart true friendship lies, I gives free, gratis, and without expense, a few examples just to put 'em wise. First, choose some swingin' metre, sich as this that Homer used, per fits, to boost the wine. And here's a point true artists shouldn't miss, sling in a bit of slang to every line. And when you're full of them alternate rhymes, as all a true push poits is at times, just ring the changes, as I'm doing now, and find excuse to say, the bloomin' cow. Or, comin' back to Homer's style again, it's easy for to pen a sweet refrain, with this here kissed a dead-head sort o' line, and this one rhyming with the former twain. And though this style me soul has often vexed, With care and pains the knack is easy caught. This line's rhymed with the first, and then the next is cut off short. And if you want to round it off all neat, just add a couplet here of equal feet. And here's a style I've very often done. You swing off here and find a second rhyme, then hitch the third line to the leading one, and make the fourth lap with the second chime, and then you sort of come another time, and just end up the same as you begin. It's all dead easy when you know the way, and have the time to practice it. But say, although it sort of takes the eye, no doubt, and mind you, I'm not saying, but it may, without a stock of rhymes to see you out, this style of rhyming's like to turn you grey. The triplets come much harder than the twins, but I've had to bear 'em for me sins. Here, for a single line, you change the style, switch off a rhyme the same as you begins, and then you comes back at it with a smile, pretending it's dead easy all the while. Them sawn-off lines has often stood me friends, for you can cut 'em up to serve your ends, and frequent I have slung the doting throng this sort of song. To ring surprises on the eye and ear is half the game. It seems to kind of queer the dull monotony. You make a miss, and then do this. Struth, it's pretty, but you take my tip. It gives a bloke the everlasting pip who tries to live upon the game and gets corns on his brain and melancholy debts. With sweat and tears, with misery and sighs, you wring your soul case for one drop of bliss to give the cold hard world, and it replies, "Prompt payment will oblige, please settle this." The rarest treasures of your art you spend on callous, thankless coots, and in the end it comes to this. If you can't find a muse who takes in washing, what's the flamin' use? End of A Guide for Poits by C.J. Dennis.
Rats by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Why, there are two of them, and they're having a fight. Come on. It seemed a strange place for a fight, that hot, lonely cottonbush plain, and yet not more than half a mile ahead there were apparently two men struggling together on the track. The three travellers postponed their smoko and hurried on. They were shearers, a little man and a big man, known respectively as Sunlight and Macquarie, and a tall, thin young jackaroo whom they called Milky. "I wonder where the other man sprang from. I didn't see him before," said Sunlight. "He must have been layin' down in the bushes," said Macquarie. "They're going at it proper too. Come on, hurry up and see the fun." They hurried on. "It's a funny-looking fella, the other fella," panted Milky. "He don't seem to have no head. Look, he's down. They're both down. They must have clinched on the ground. No, they're up and at it again. Why, good Lord, I think the other's a woman." "My oath, so it is," yelled Sunlight. "Look, the brute's got her down, again. He's kicking her. Come on, chaps, come on, or he'll do for her." They dropped swags, water bags and all, and raced forward. But presently Sunlight, who had the best eyes, slackened his pace and dropped behind. His mates glanced back at his face, saw a peculiar expression there, looked ahead again, and then dropped into a walk. They reached the scene of the trouble, and there stood a little withered old man by the track, with his arms folded close up under his chin. He was dressed mostly in calico patches, and half a dozen corks, suspended on bits of string from the brim of his hat, dangling before his bleared optics to scare away the flies. He was scowling malignantly at a stout, dumpy swag which lay in the middle of the track. "Well, old rats, what's the trouble?" asked Sunlight. "Ah, nothing, nothing," answered the old man, without looking round. "I fell out with my swag, that's all. He knocked me down, but I've settled him." "Oh, but look here," said Sunlight, winking at his mates. "We saw you jump on him when he was down. That ain't fair, you know." "But you didn't see it all," cried Rats, getting excited. "He hit me down first, and look here, I'll fight him again for nothing, and you can see fair play." They talked a while, then Sunlight proposed to second the swag, while his mate supported the old man, and after some persuasion Milky agreed, for the sake of the lark, to act as timekeeper and referee. Rats entered into the spirit of the thing. He stripped to the waist, and while he was getting ready, the travellers pretended to bet on the result. Macquarie took his place behind the old man, and Sunlight upended the swag. Rats shaped and danced around. Then he rushed, feinted, ducked, retreated, darted in once more, and suddenly went down like a shot on the broad of his back. No actor could have done it better. He went down from that imaginary blow as if a cannonball had struck him in the forehead. Milky called time, and the old man came up, looking shaky. However, he got in a tremendous blow which knocked the swag into the bushes. Several rounds followed with varying success. The men pretended to get more and more excited, and betted freely, and Rats did his best. At last they got tired of the fun. Sunlight let the swag lie after Milky called time, and the jackaroo awarded the fight to Rats. They pretended to hang over the stakes and then went back for their swags, while the old man put on his shirt. Then he calmed down, carried his swag to the side of the track, sat down on it and talked rationally about bush matters for a while. But presently he grew silent and began to feel his muscles and smile idiotically. "Can you lend us a bit of meat?" he said suddenly. They spared him £half, but he said he didn't want it all, and cut off about an ounce, which he laid on the end of his swag. Then he took the lid off his billy and produced a fishing line. He baited the hook, threw the line across the track, and waited for a bite. Soon he got deeply interested in the line, jerked it once or twice, and drew it in rapidly. The bait had been rubbed off on the grass. The old man regarded the hook disgustedly. "Look at that," he cried. "I had him. Only I was in such a hurry I should have played him a little more." Next time he was more careful. He drew the line in warily, grabbed an imaginary fish and laid it down on the grass. Sunlight and Co. were greatly interested by this time. "What you think of that?" asked Rats. "It weighs 30 pound if it weighs an ounce." "What you think of that for a cod? The hook's halfway down his blessed gullet." He caught several cod and a brim while they were there, and invited them to camp and have tea with him. But they wished to reach a certain shed next day, so after the ancient had borrowed about a pound of meat for bait, they went on and left him fishing contentedly. But first Sunlight went down into his pocket and came up with £half, which he gave to the old man, along with some tucker. "You'd best push on to the water before dark, old chap," he said kindly. When they turned their heads again, Rats was still fishing, but when they looked back for the last time before entering the timber, he was having another row with his swag, and Sunlight reckoned that the trouble arose out of some lies which the swag had been telling about the bigger fish it caught. And late that evening, a little withered old man with no corks round his hat, and with a humorous twinkle instead of a wild glare in his eyes, called at a wayside shanty, had several drinks, and entertained the chaps with a yarn about the way in which he had had 3 blanky fellas for some tucker and half a caser by pretending to be balmy. End of Rats by Henry Lawson. Read by Daniel Gosson. We Called Him Ali for Short by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. I don't believe in ghosts. I never did have any sympathy with them, being inclined to regard them as a nuisance and a bore. A ghost generally comes fooling around when you want to go to sleep, and his conversation, if he speaks at all, invariably turns on murders and suicides and other unpleasant things in which you are not interested, and which only disturb your rest. It is no use locking the door against a ghost, for it is well known he can come in through the keyhole, and there are cases on record where a ghost has been known to penetrate a solid wall. You cannot kick a ghost out. He is impervious to abuse, and if you throw a boot at him, likely as not it will go right through a new looking glass worth 18 shillings. I remember about 5 years ago I was greatly annoyed by a ghost while doing a job of fencing in the bush between here and Perth. I was camping in an old house which had been used as a barrack for the convicts or their keepers, I'm not sure which, in the lively old days of the Broad Arrow. He was a common-looking ghost of a skeleton kind, and was arrayed in what appeared to be the tattered remnants of an old-time convict uniform. He still wore a pair of shadowy manacles, but being very elastic and unsubstantial and stretching the full length of his stride, he did not seem to notice them at all. He had a kind of artful dodger expression about his bare jaw bones, and in place of the ordinary halo of the ring variety, he wore a shining representation of a broad arrow which shed a radiance over his skull. He used to come round and wake me about midnight with a confounded rigmarole about a convict who was buried alive in his irons, and whose representative my unwelcome visitor claimed to be. I tried all I knew to discourage him. I told him I wasn't interested and wanted to go to sleep. But his perseverance wore me out at last, and I tried another tack. I listened to his confounded yarn from beginning to end, and sympathised with him, and told him that he, or the individual he represented, had been treated confoundedly badly, and I promised to make a poem about it. But even then he wasn't satisfied. Nothing would suit him but he must spin his old yarn, and be sympathised with about 7 times a week, always choosing the most unbusinesslike hours between 1 and 3 in the morning for his disclosures. At last I could stand it no longer. I was getting thin and exhausted from want of sleep, so I determined on a course of action. I had a dog at home, a big black dog with unpleasant eyes, and a chewing-up apparatus that an alligator might have envied. He had a most enterprising appetite, and wasn't afraid of anything on the surface of this earth or under it as far as he could burrow. He would gnaw a log to pieces rather than let the possum it contained escape him. He was not the sort of dog to stand any nonsense, even from a ghost. His full name was Alligator Desolation. We called him Ally for short, and as I considered that if any person on earth could lay the ghost that annoyed me, that person was Alligator Desolation, I decided to bring him along. The next time I journeyed home for rations, I brought Alligator Desolation back with me. On the trip back he killed 5 kangaroos, 16 possums, 4 native rats, 2 native bears, 3 sheep, a cow and a calf, and another dog that happened by. And before he had been 2 hours at the hut, he had collected enough carcasses of indigenous animals to stink a troop out in a week, or to feed all the dogs in Constantinople. I had tea and a smoke while Ally was resting, and about 11 o'clock I lay down in my bunk, dressed as I was, and waited. At about 1 I heard the usual unearthly noises which accompanied the arrival of my friend the ghost, and Ally went out to investigate. While the dog was gone, the ghost strolled in through the door of the end room, apparently unconscious of his danger. He glided straight up to the side of my bunk, took his accustomed seat on the gin case, and commenced in a doleful voice to pitch his confounded old yarn again. But he hadn't uttered 6 ghostly words when Alligator Desolation came in through the side door. The ghost caught sight of Ally before the latter saw him, and made for the window. Ally wasn't far behind. He made a grab at the ghost's nether garments, but they gave way easily, being of a ghostly material. Then Ally leapt out through the window and chased the ghost 3 times round the house, and then the latter came in through an opening in the wall where a slab had fallen out. Being of an easily compressible constitution, he came through, of course, with a faculty peculiar to his kind, but the crack was narrow and the dog stuck fast. His ghostship made the best of his opportunity, and approaching my bed, hurriedly endeavoured to continue his story, as though his ghostly existence depended on it. But his utterances were drowned by the language of Alligator, whose canine oaths were simply terrific. At last, collecting all his energy for one mighty effort, Alligator came through, bringing down the slabs on each side of him. He made for the ghost at once, and the ghost made for the window. This time Alligator made a grab for the spectre's ankle, and his teeth came together with a crash that threatened their destruction. Ally must have been greatly astonished and disgusted, because he so seldom missed anything he reached for. But he wasn't the kind of dog to give up. He leapt through the window, and after a race round the hut lasting some minutes, the ghost gave it up and made for the scrub. Seeing the retreat through a crack in the slabs, I immediately rose, went outside and mounted my horse, which I had kept ready saddled in case of emergency. I followed the chase for about 5 miles, and at last reached a mound under some trees which looked like an old grave. Down through this mound the ghost dived. Alligator Desolation immediately commenced to dig, and made 2 feet in no time. It appeared that a wombat had selected the grave as a suitable site for the opening of his burrow, and after having sunk about 3 feet was resting from his labours. There was a short and angry interview between Alligator and the wombat, during which the latter expired, and then Ally continued his work of excavation. After sinking 2 feet deeper, he dragged out what appeared to be the leg bone of a human being, attached to which was a pair of heavy leg irons, such as were used in the old convict days. Ally went down the hole again, but presently he paused in his digging operations, and I heard a noise like a row in the infernal regions. Then a thin, shadowy form issued from the grave and made off through the scrub with the dog in pursuit. My horse was knocked up, so I left the chase to Alligator and returned home to await developments. Ally came back about 3 days later, with his hair badly singed and smelling strongly of brimstone. I have no doubt that he chased the ghost to the infernal regions, and perhaps had an interview with Cerberus at the gate or the boss himself. But the dog's tail was well up, and a satisfied grin oozed from the roots of every fang. And by the same tokens, I concluded that the other party, whoever he was, had got fatefully left. I haven't seen the ghost since. End of We Called Him Ally for Short by Henry Lawson. Read by Daniel Gosson.
No Room for the Dead by Emma Frances Baker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Charlotte Duckett. No Room for the Dead by Emma Frances Baker. Yes, the earth is bright, and hearts are light, and none would know that years ago a grave was made, and a loved one laid, away from the sorrowing sight. For flowers have grown where tears were sown, and memories die as the years go by, till the living have said, no room for the dead in this beautiful world of our own. No room for the stars in the midday sky, no room for the grass with the garden flowers, no room for the tear in the joyful eye, no room for the dead in this world of ours. End of No Room for the Dead by Emma Frances Baker.
Wormwood and Nightshade by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The troubles in life are many, the pleasures in life are few. When we sat in the sunlight, Annie, I dreamt that the skies were blue. When we sat in the sunlight, Annie, I dreamt that the earth was green. There is little colour, if any, 'neath the sunlight now to be seen. Then the rays of the sunset glinted through the blackwood's emerald bough, on an emerald sward rose-tinted, and spangled and gemmed, and now the rays of the sunset redden with a sullen and lurid frown, from the skies that are dark and leaden to earth that is dusk and brown. To right and to left extended, the uplands are blank and drear, and their neutral tints are blended with the dead leaves sombre and sere. The cold grey mist from the still side of the lake creeps sluggish and sure. Bare and bleak is the hillside, barren and bleak the moor. Bright hues and shapes intertwisted, fair forms and rich colours now. They have flown, if e'er they existed, it matters not why or how. It matters not where or when, dear, they have flown, the blue and the green. I thought on what might be then, dear, now I think on what might have been. What might have been, words of folly, what might be, speech for a fool. With mistletoe round me and holly, scarlet and green at Yule. With the elm in the place of the wattle, and in lieu of the gum the oak. Years back I believed a little, and as I believed I spoke. Have I done with those childish fantasies? They suited the days gone by, when I pulled the poppies and pansies, when I hunted the butterfly. With one who has long been sleeping, a stranger to doubts and cares, and to sowing that ends in reaping, thistles and thorns and tares. What might be, the dreams were scattered, as chaff is tossed by the wind. The faith has been rudely shattered, that listened with credulence blind. Things were to have been, and therefore they were and they are to be, and will be, we must prepare for, the doom we are bound to dree. Ah me, we believe in evil, where once we believed in good. The world, the flesh, and the devil are easily understood. The world, the flesh, and the devil, their traces on earth are plain. Must they always write and revel, while footprints of man remain? Talk about better and wiser, wiser and worse are one. The sophist is the despiser of all things under the sun. Is nothing real but confusion? Is nothing certain but death? Is nothing fair save illusion? Is nothing good that has breath? Some sprite, malignant and elfish, seems present whispering close. All motives of life are selfish, all instincts of life are gross. And the song that the poet fashions, and the lovebird's musical strain, are jumbles of animal passions, refined by animal pain. The restless throbbings and burnings that hope unsatisfied brings, the weary longings and yearnings for the mystical better things, are the sands on which is reflected the pitiless moving lake, where the wanderer falls dejected by a thirst he never can slake. A child blows bubbles that glitter, he snatches them, they disperse. Yet childhood's folly is better, and mankind's folly is worse. Gilt baubles we grasp at blindly, would turn in our hands to dross. 'Tis a fate less cruel than kindly, denies the gain and the loss. And as one who pursues a shadow, as one who hunts in a dream, as the child who crosses the meadow, enticed by the rainbow's gleam, I, knowing the course was foolish, and guessing the goal was pain, stupid and stubborn and mulish, followed and follow again. The sun over Gideon halted, holding aloof the night, when Joshua's arm was exalted, yet never retraced his flight. Nor will he turn back, nor can he. He chases the future fast. The future is blank, oh Annie, I fain would recall the past. There are others toiling and straining, 'neath burdens graver than mine. They are weary, yet uncomplaining. I know it, yet I repine. I know it, how time will ravage, how time will level, and yet I long with a longing savage, I regret with a fierce regret. You are no false ideal, something is left of you, present, perceptible, real, palpable, tangible, true. One shred of your broken necklace, one tress of your pale gold hair, and a heart so utterly reckless that the worst it would gladly dare. There is little pleasure, if any, in waking the past anew. My days and nights have been many, lost chances many I rue. My days and nights have been many, now I pray that they be few. When I think on the hillside Annie, where I dreamt that the skies were blue. End of Wormwood and Nightshade by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read by Daniel Gosson. Wolf and Hound by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. You'll take my tale with a little salt, but it needs none nevertheless. I was foiled completely, fairly at fault, disheartened too I confess. At the splitter's tent I had seen the track of horse hoofs fresh in the sward, and though Darby Lynch and Donovan Jack, who could swear through a 10-inch board, solemnly swore he had not been there, I was just as sure that they lied. For to Darby all that is foul was fair, and Jack for his life was tried. We had run him for 7 miles and more, as hard as our nags could split. At the start they were all too weary and sore, and his was quite fresh and fit. Young Marsden's pony had had enough, on the plain where the chase was hot. We breasted the swell of the Bitton's bluff, and Mark couldn't raise a trot. When the sea, like a splendid silver shield, to the southwest suddenly lay, on the brow of the Beetle the chestnut reeled, and I bid good-bye to Macrae. And I was alone when the mare fell lame, with a pointed flint in her shoe. On the stony flats I had lost the game, and what was a man to do? I turned away with no fixed intent, and headed for Hawthorndell. I could neither eat in the splitter's tent, nor drink at the splitter's well. I knew that they glorified in my mishap, and I cursed them between my teeth. A blood-red sunset through Braden's Gap flung a lurid fire on the heath. Could I reach the dell, I had little reck, and with scarce a choice of my own. I threw the reins on milady's neck, I had freed her foot from the stone. That season most of the swamps were dry, and after so hard a burst, in the sultry noon of so hot a sky, she was keen to appease her thirst. Or by instinct urged, or impelled by fate, I care not to solve these things. Certain it is that she took me straight to the Warrigal water springs. I can shut my eyes and recall the ground as though it were yesterday. With a shelf of the low grey rocks girt round, the springs in their basin lay. Woods to the east and wolds to the north, in the sundown suddenly bloomed. Dead black on the curtain of crimson cloth, large peaks to the westward loomed. I led milady through weed and sedge, she leisurely drank her fill. There was something close to the water's edge, and my heart with one leap stood still. For a horse's shoe and the rider's boot had left clean prints on the clay. Someone had watered his beast on foot. 'Twas he had gone which way? Then the mouth of the cavern faced me fair, as I turned and fronted the rocks. So at last I had pressed the wolf to his lair, I had run to his earth the fox. I thought so, perhaps he was resting, perhaps he was waiting, watching for me. I examined all my revolver caps, I hitched my mare to a tree. I had sworn to have him, alive or dead, and to give him a chance was loath. He knew his life had been forfeited, he had even heard my oath. In my stocking soles to the shelf I crept, I crawled safe into the cave. All silent, if he was there he slept, not there, all dark as the grave. Through the crack I could hear the leaden hiss, see the livid face through the flame. How strange it seems that a man should miss when his life depends on his aim. There couldn't have been a better light for him nor a worse for me. We were cooped up, caged like beasts for a fight, and dumb as dumb beasts were we. Flash, flash, bang, bang, and we blazed away, and the grey roof reddened and rang. Flash, flash, and I felt his bullet flay, the tip of my ear, flash, bang. Bang, flash, and my pistol arm fell broke. I struck with my left hand then, struck at a corpse through a cloud of smoke, I had shot him dead in his den. End of Wolf and Hound by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read by Daniel Gosson. The Last Leap by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All is over, fleet career, dash of greyhound slipping thongs, flight of falcon, bound of deer, mad hoof thunder in our rear, cold air rushing up our lungs, din of many tongues. Once again one struggle good, one vain effort he must dwell, near the shifted post that stood, where the splinters of the wood, lying in the torn tracks tell, how he struck and fell. Crest where cold drops beaded cling, small ear drooping, nostril full, glazing to a scarlet ring, flanks and haunches quivering, sinews stiffening, void and null, dumb eyes sorrowful. Satin coat that seems to shine, duller now black braided tress, that a softer hand than mine far away was wont to twine, that in meadows far from this softer lips might kiss. All is over, this is death, and I stand to watch thee die, brave old horse with bated breath, hardly drawn through tight-clenched teeth, lip indented deep, but I only dull and dry. Musing on the husk and chaff, gathered where life's tares are sown, thus I speak and force a laugh, that is half a sneer and half an involuntary groan in a stifled tone. Rest, old friend, thy day through rife, with its toil hath ended soon. We have had our share of strife, tumblers in the mask of life, in the pantomime of noon, clown and pantaloon. With a flash that ends thy pain, respite and oblivion blessed, come to greet thee, I in vain. Fall, I rise to fall again. Thou hast fallen to thy rest, and thy fall is best. End of The Last Leap by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read by Daniel Gosson. From Lightning and Tempest by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The spring wind passed through the forest and whispered low in the leaves, and the cedar tossed her head, and the oak stood firm in his pride. The spring wind passed through the town, through the housetops, casements and eaves, and whispered low in the hearts of the men, and the men replied, singing, Let us rejoice in the light of our glory and beauty and might. Let us follow our own devices and foster our own desires, as firm as our oaks in our pride, as our cedars fair in our sight. We stand like the trees of the forest, that brave the frosts and the fires. The storm went forth to the forest, the plague went forth to the town, and the men fell down to the plague, as the trees fell down to the gale. And their bloom was a ghastly pallor, and their smile was a ghastly frown, and the song of their hearts was changed to a wild, disconsolate wail, crying, God, we have sinned, we have sinned. We are bruised, we are shorn, we are thinned. Our strength is turned to derision, our pride laid low in the dust. Our cedars are cleft by thy lightnings, our oaks are strewed by thy wind. And we fall on our faces, seeking thine aid, though thy wrath is just. End of From Lightning and Tempest by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read by Daniel Gosson. Johnson, Alias Crow by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where the seasons are divided and the bush begins to change, and the links are rather broken in the great dividing range, where the atmosphere is hazy underneath the summer sky, lies the little town of Eton, rather westward of Mackay. Near the township in the graveyard, where the dead of Eton go, lies the body of a sinner known as Johnson alias Crow. He was 64, was Johnson, and in other days lang syne, was apprenticed to a shipwright in the land across the Rhine. But, whatever were his prospects in the days of long ago, things went very bad with Johnson, Heinrich Johnson alias Crow. He, at Eton, where he drifted in his age, a stranded wreck, got £3 by false pretences in connection with a cheque. But he didn't long enjoy it, the police soon got to know, and the lock-up closed on Johnson, Lonely Johnson alias Crow. Friday night, and Crow retired, feeling, as he said, unwell, and the warder heard the falling of a body in the cell. Going in, the warder saw him bent with pain and crouching low. Death had laid his hand on Johnson, Heinrich Johnson alias Crow. Then the constable bent over him, asked him where he felt the pain. Johnson only said, I'm dying, and he never spoke again. They had waited for a witness, and the local people say Johnson's trial would have ended on that very Saturday. But he took his case for judgment, where our cases all must go, and the higher court is trying Heinrich Johnson alias Crow. End of Johnson alias Crow, read by Daniel Gosson. A Song of Autumn by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where shall we go for our garlands glad at the falling of the year? When the burnt-up banks are yellow and sad, when the boughs are yellow and sere? Where are the old ones that once we had, and when are the new ones near? What shall we do for our garlands glad at the falling of the year? Child, can I tell where the garlands go? Can I say where the lost leaves veer? On the brown burnt banks when the wild winds blow, when they drift through the dead wood drear? Girl, when the garlands of the next year glow, you may gather again, my dear, but I go where the last year's lost leaves go, at the falling of the year. End of A Song of Autumn by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read by Daniel Gosson. A Hunting Song by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Here's a health to every sportsman, be he stableman or lord. If his heart be true, I care not what his pocket may afford. And may he ever pleasantly each gallant sport pursue, if he takes his liquor fairly, and his fences fairly too. He cares not for the bubbles of fortune's fickle tide, who like Bendigo can battle, and like Oliver can ride. He laughs at those who caution, at those who chide he'll frown, as he clears a 5-foot paling, or he knocks a peeler down. The dull cold world may blame us, boys, but what care we the while, if coral lips will cheer us, and bright eyes on us smile? For beauty's fond caresses can most tenderly repay the weariness and trouble of many an anxious day. Then fill your glass and drain it too, with all your heart and soul, to the best of sports, the fox hunt, the fair ones and the bowl, to a stout heart in adversity, through every ill to steer, and when fortune smiles a score of friends like those around us here. End of A Hunting Song by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read by Daniel Gosson. An Exiles Farewell by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The ocean heaves around us still, with long and measured swell. The autumn gales our canvas fill, our ship rides smooth and well. The broad Atlantic bed of foam still breaks against our prow. I shed no tears at quitting home, nor will I shed them now. Against the bulwarks on the poop, I lean and watch the sun. Behind the red horizon stoop, his race is nearly run. Those waves will never quench his light, or which they seem to close. Tomorrow he will rise as bright as he this morning rose. How brightly gleams the orb of day across the trackless sea. How lightly dance the waves at play, like dolphins in our lee. The restless waters seem to say, in smothered tones to me, how many thousand miles away my native land must be. Speak, ocean, is this home the same, now all is new to me? The tropic sky's resplendent flame, the vast expanse of sea? Does all around her, yet unchanged, the well-known aspect wear? Oh, can the leagues that I have ranged have made no difference there? How vivid recollection's hand recalls the scene once more. I see the same tall poplars stand beside the garden door. I see the birdcage hanging still, and where my sister sat, the flowers in the window sill, can they be living yet? Let woman's nature cherish grief, I rarely heave a sigh, before emotion takes relief in listless apathy, while from my pipe the vapours curl towards the evening sky, and neath my feet the billows whirl in dull monotony. The sky still wears the crimson streak of soul's departing ray. Some briny drops are on my cheek, 'tis but the salt sea spray. Then let our bark the ocean roam, our keel the billows plough. I shed no tears at quitting home, nor will I shed them now. End of An Exiles Farewell by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read by Daniel Gosson. Bush Cats by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic cats. We mean the descendants of cats who came from the northern world during the last 100-odd years. We do not know the name of the vessel in which the first Thomas and his Maria came out to Australia, but we suppose that it was one of the ships of the First Fleet. Most likely, Maria had kittens on the voyage, 2 lots perhaps, the majority of which were buried at sea, and no doubt the disembarkation caused her much maternal anxiety. The feline race has not altered much in Australia from a physical point of view, not yet. The rabbit has developed into something like a cross between a kangaroo and a possum, but the bush has not begun to develop the common cat. She is just as sedate and motherly as the mummy cats of Egypt were, but she takes longer strolls of nights, climbs gum trees instead of roofs, and hunts stranger vermin than ever came under the observation of her northern ancestors. Her views have widened. She is mostly thinner than the English farm cat, which is, they say, on account of eating lizards. English rats and English mice. We say English because everything which isn't Australian in Australia is English or British. English rats and English mice are either rare or non-existent in the bush, but the hut cat has a wider range for game. She is always dragging in things which are unknown in the halls of zoology. Ugly, loathsome, crawling abortions which have not been classified yet and perhaps could not be. The Australian zoologist ought to rake up some more dead languages and then go out back with a few bush cats. The Australian bush cat has a nasty, unpleasant habit of dragging a long, wriggling, horrid black snake. She seems to prefer black snakes into a room where there are ladies, proudly laying it down in a conspicuous place, usually in front of the exit, and then looking up for approbation. She wonders perhaps why the visitors are in such a hurry to leave. Pussy doesn't approve of live snakes around the place, especially if she has kittens, and if she finds a snake in the vicinity of her progeny, well, it is bad luck for that particular serpent. This brings recollections of a neighbour's cat who went out in the scrub one midsummer's day and found a brown snake. Her name, the cat's name, was Mary Ann. She got hold of a snake all right, just within an inch of its head, but it got the rest of its length wound around her body and squeezed about 8 lives out of her. She had the presence of mind to keep her hold, but it struck her that she was in a fix, and that if she wanted to save her 9th life, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go home for help, so she started home, snake and all. The family were at dinner when Mary Ann came in, and although she stood in an open part of the floor, no one noticed her for a while. She couldn't ask for help, for her mouth was too full of snake. By and by one of the girls glanced round, and then went over the table with a shriek, and out the back door. The room was cleared very quickly. The eldest boy got a long-handled shovel, and in another second would have killed more cat than snake, but his father interfered. The father was a shearer, and Mary Ann was a favourite cat with him. He got a pair of shears from the shelf and deftly shore off the snake's head and one side of Mary Ann's whiskers. She didn't think it safe to let go yet. She kept her teeth in the neck until the selector snipped the rest of the snake off her. The bits were then carried on a shovel to die at sundown. Mary Ann had a good drink of milk and then got her tongue out and licked herself back into the proper shape for a cat. After which she went out to look for that snake's mate. She found it too and dragged it home the same evening. Cats will kill rabbits and drag them home. We knew a fossicker whose cat used to bring him a bunny nearly every night. The fossicker had rabbits for breakfast until he got sick of them, and then he used to swap them with a butcher for meat. The cat was named Ingersoll, which indicates his sex and gives an inkling to his master's religious and political opinions. Ingersoll used to prospect round in the gloaming until he found some rabbit holes which showed encouraging indications. He would shepherd one hole for an hour or so every evening until he found it was a duffer, or worked it out. Then he would shift to another. One day he prospected a big hollow log with a lot of holes in it, and more going down underneath. The indications were very good, but Ingersoll had no luck. The game had too many ways of getting out and in. He found that he could not work that claim by himself, so he floated it into a company. He persuaded several cats from a neighbouring selection to take shares, and they washed the holes together, or in turns they worked shifts. The dividends more than realised even their wildest expectations, for each cat took home at least one rabbit every night for a week. A selector started a vegetable garden about the time when rabbits were beginning to get troublesome up country. The hare had not shown itself yet. The farmer kept quite a regiment of cats to protect his garden, and they protected it. He would shut the cats up all day with nothing to eat, and let them out about sundown. Then they would mooch off to the turnip patch like farm labourers going to work. They would drag the rabbits home to the back door, and sit there and watch them until the farmer opened the door and served out the ration of milk. Then the cats would turn in. He nearly always found a semicircle of dead rabbits and watchful cats round the door in the morning. They sold the product of their labour direct to the farmer for milk. It didn't matter if one cat had been unlucky, had not got a rabbit, each had an equal share in the general result. They were true socialists, those cats. One of those cats was a mighty big Tom named Jack. He was death on rabbits. He would work hard all night, laying for them and dragging them home. Some weeks he would graft every night, and at other times every other night, but he was generally pretty regular. When he reckoned he had done an extra night's work, he would take the next night off and go 3 miles to the nearest neighbour's to see his Maria and take her out for a stroll. Well, one evening Jack went into the garden and chose a place where there was good cover and lay low. He was a bit earlier than usual, so he thought he would have a doze till rabbit time. By and by he heard a noise, and slowly, cautiously opening one eye, he saw 2 big ears sticking out of the leaves in front of him. He judged that it was an extra big bunny, so he put some extra style into his manoeuvres. In about 5 minutes he made his spring. He must have thought, if cats think, that it was a whopping old man rabbit, for it was a pioneer hare, not an ordinary English hare, but one of those great coarse, lanky things which the bush is breeding. The selector was attracted by an unusual commotion and a cloud of dust among his cabbages, and came along with his gun in time to witness the fight. First Jack would drag the hare, then the hare would drag Jack. Sometimes they would be down together, and then Jack would use his hind claws with effect. Finally he got his teeth in the right place and triumphed. Then he started to drag the corpse home, but he had to give it best and ask his master to lend a hand. The selector took up the hare, and Jack followed home, much to the family's surprise. He did not go back to work that night. He took a spell. He had a drink of milk, licked the dust off himself, washed it down with another drink, and sat in front of the fire and thought for a goodish while. Then he got up, walked over to the corner where the hare was lying, had a good look at it, came back to the fire, sat down again and thought hard. He was still thinking when the family retired. Our own cat, dozing on the end of the table, had just woke up and favoured us with a decided, unmistakable wink. We'll close this article with that wink. End of Bush Cats by Henry Lawson. Read by Daniel Gosson.
The Wail of the Waiter, a Tavern Catch, by Marcus Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All day long at Scott's or Menzies I await the gorging crowd, panting, penned within a pantry, with the blowflies humming loud. There at 7 in the morning do I count my daily cash, while the home-returning reveller calls for soda and a dash, and the weary hansom cabbies set the blinking squatters down, who all night in savage freedom have been knocking round the town. Soon the breakfast gong, resounding, bids the festive meal begin, and with appetites like demons come the gentle public in. Toast and butter, eggs and coffee, waiter, mutton chops for 4, flatheads, ham, beef, where's the mustard, steak and onions, shut the door. Here sits Bandicoot the broker, eating in a desperate hurry, scowling at his left-hand neighbour, Cornstalk from the Upper Murray, who with brandy nose empurpled and with blue lips cracked and dry, in incipient delirium shoves the egg-spoon in his eye. Bloater paste! Some tender steak, sir! Here, confound you, where's my chop? Waiter! Yes, sir! Waiter! Yes, sir! Running till I'm fit to drop. Then at lunchtime, fearful crisis, in by shoals the gorgers pour, gobbling, crunching, swilling, munching, 10 times hungrier than before. Glass of porter! Ale for me, John! Where's my stick? And where's my hat? Oxtail soup. I asked for curry. Cold boiled beef and cut it fat. Irish stew. Some pickled cabbage. What, no beans? Bring me some pork. Soup, sir? Yes. You grinning idiot. Can I eat it with a fork? Take care, waiter. Beg your pardon. Curse you, have you 2 left legs? I asked for bread an hour ago, sir. Now then, have you laid those eggs? Sherry? No, I called for beer, of all the fools I ever saw. Waiter! Yes, sir. Waiter! Here, sir. Damn me, sir, this steak is raw. Thus amid this hideous babel do I live the livelong day, while my memory is going and my hair is turning grey. All my soul is slowly melting, all my brain is softening fast, and I know that I'll be taken to the Yarra Bend at last. For at night from fitful slumbers I awaken with a start, murmuring of steak and onions, babbling of apple tart, while to me the poet's cloudland a gigantic kitchen seems, and those mislaid table napkins haunt me even in my dreams. Is that right? Ye sages, tell me, does a man live but to eat? Is there nothing worth enjoying but one's miserable meat? Is the mightiest task of genius but to swallow buttered beans? And has man but been created to demolish pork and greens? Is there no unfed hereafter, where the round of chewing stops? Is the atmosphere of heaven clammy with perpetual chops? Do the friends of Mr. Naylor sup on spirit-reared cow-heel? Can the great Alexis Soyer really say Soyez tranquille? Or must I bring spirit beefsteak, grilled in spirit regions hotter, for the spirit delectation of some spiritual squatter? Shall I in a spirit kitchen hear the spirit blowflies humming, calming spiritual stomachs with a spiritual coming? But this is idle chatter. I've got my work to do. Waiter! Yes, sir. Wake up, stupid. Boiled calf's feet for number 2. End of The Wail of the Waiter by Marcus Clarke. Read by Jason Mills.
Johnson's Antidote by A.B. Banjo Patterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Down along the Snakebite River, where the overlanders camp, where the serpents are in millions, all of the most deadly stamp, where the station cook in terror, nearly every time he bakes, mixes up among the doughboys 6 poisonous snakes, where the wily free selector walks in armour-plated pants and defies the stings of scorpions and the bites of bulldog ants, where the adder and the viper tear each other by the throat, there it was that William Johnson sought his snakebite antidote. Johnson was a free selector, and his brain went rather queer, for the constant sight of serpents filled him with a deadly fear. So he tramped his free selection morning, afternoon and night, seeking for some great specific that would cure the serpent's bite, till King Billy of the Mookie, chieftain of the Flowerbag Head, told him, "S'posen snakebite fella mostly drop down dead. S'posen snakebite old goanna, then you watch a while you see. Old goanna cure himself with eating little fella tree." "That's the cure," said William Johnson. "Point me out this plant sublime." But King Billy, feeling lazy, said he'd go another time. Thus it came to pass that Johnson, having got the tale by rote, followed every stray goanna seeking for the antidote. Loafing once beside the river while he thought his heart would break, there he saw a big goanna fighting with a tiger snake. In and out they rolled and wriggled, bit each other heart and soul, till the valiant old goanna swallowed his opponent whole. Breathless, Johnson sat and watched him, saw him struggle up the bank, saw him nibbling at the branches of some bushes green and rank, saw him happy and contented lick his lips as off he crept, while a bulging in his stomach showed where his opponent slept. Then a cheer of exultation burst aloud from Johnson's throat. "Luck at last," said he, "I've struck it. 'Tis the famous antidote. Here it is, the grand elixir, greatest blessing ever known. 20,000 men in India die each year of snakes alone. Think of all the foreign nations, Negro, Chow and Blackamoor, saved from sudden expiration by my wondrous snakebite cure. It will bring me fame and fortune in the happy days to be. Men of every clime and nation will be round to gaze on me. Scientific men in thousands, men of mark and men of note, rushing down the Mookie River after Johnson's antidote. It will cure delirium tremens when the patient's eyeballs stare at imaginary spiders, snakes which really are not there. When he thinks he sees them wriggle, when he thinks he sees them bloat, it will cure him just to think of Johnson's snakebite antidote. Then he rushed to the museum, found a scientific man. Trot me out a deadly serpent, just the deadliest you can. I intend to let him bite me, all the risk I will endure, just to prove the sterling value of my wondrous snakebite cure. Even though an adder bit me, back to life again I'd float. Snakes are out of date, I tell you, since I found the antidote. Said the scientific person, if you really want to die, go ahead, but if you're doubtful, let your sheepdog have a try. Get a pair of dogs and try it, let the snake give both a nip. Give your dog the snakebite mixture, let the other fella rip. If he dies and yours survives him, then it proves the thing is good. Will you fetch your dog and try it? Johnson rather thought he would. So he went and fetched his canine, hauled him forward by the throat. Stump, old man, says he, we'll show them we've the genuine antidote. Both the dogs were duly loaded with the poison gland's contents. Johnson gave his dog the mixture, then sat down to wait events. Mark, he said, in 20 minutes Stump'll be a rushing round, while the other wretched creature lies a corpse upon the ground. But, alas for William Johnson, ere they watched a half-hour's spell. Stumpy was as dead as mutton, the other dog was live and well. And the scientific person hurried off with utmost speed, tested Johnson's drug and found it was the deadly poison weed. Half a tumbler killed an emu, half a spoonful killed a goat. All the snakes on earth were harmless to that awful antidote. Down along the Mookie River, on the overlanders' camp, where the serpents are in millions, all of the most deadly stamp, wanders daily William Johnson down among those poisonous hordes, shooting every stray goanna, calls them black and yellow frauds. And King Billy of the Mookie, caging for the cast-off coat, somehow seems to dodge the subject of the snakebite antidote. End of Johnson's Antidote by A.B. Banjo Patterson, read by Daniel Gosson.
The South Seaman by Louis Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The South Seaman, an incident in the sea story of Australia. On the 22nd of July, 1828, the Sydney South Seaman, indefatigable, 11 days out of the port of Conception in Chile, was at latitude 17 degrees south and about 127 degrees east longitude, 600 miles distant from the nearest land, the then almost unknown Paumotu group, which Cook had well named the dangerous archipelago. 5 years before, the brig was named the Calder, and was then commanded by Captain Peter Dillon, a famous officer in the East India Company's service. His name is interwoven with the sea story of Australia as the commander of the company's ship Research and the discoverer of the relics of the gallant and ill-fated La Perouse, whose ships were wrecked on Vanikoro Island in the New Hebrides group in 1788. When the Calder was under the command of Captain Dillon, she was a crack Indian trader to Port Jackson, but newer and smarter vessels drove her out of the trade, and in 1828 she was owned by Mr. John Duncan, an English merchant of Valparaiso, who for this present voyage had loaded her with wheat for Sydney and sent her to sea under the command of Mr. Joseph Hunter, after changing her name to Indefatigable. The first and second mates of the brig were Europeans, as also were 2 or 3 of the crew. The rest were Chilenos, picked up at the last moment of sailing. The steward was a Bengali, a man devoted to his captain, with whom he had long sailed in other seas. The Chilenos were not alone lazy and incompetent seamen, not fit to keep a look-out, nor take the wheel in rough weather, but what was worse, they were treacherous scoundrels, as ready for murder with their long, ugly sheath knives as British merchant sailors are with their fists for honest fighting. Naturally enough,
With such men as these, the mates frequently quarrelled, and on one or two occasions the officers were driven to resort to blows to maintain proper discipline, and a Chileno, or any other Spanish South American, never forgives a blow, though a knife thrust or a pistol shot in the dark would not be considered anything else than proper to vindicate wounded honour. But the mates of the Indefatigable were simple-minded, rough British seamen. They wanted the Chilenos to work the ship like sailormen should work a ship. The Chilenos hated work of any kind, and especially hated the steady discipline of this English merchant ship, the officers of which, when necessity demanded it, would rout out the watch below and send them aloft to shorten sail. And so, in less than a week from the day the brig sailed from Conception, mutiny and murder was plotted in the forecastle by the Chilenos, but none of the Englishmen on board had any thought of danger. Mr. Loftgreen, the chief mate, had the middle watch. It was a marvellously clear and starlight night, with just enough wind astern to keep the brig's light canvas full and give her steerage way. As the officers slowly paced the short poop, he with difficulty resisted the soothing lullaby of the murmur of the water as it rippled past the ship's side. On the forecastle, one of the Chileno sailors, named Antonio Mancillo, kept the watch, and just as Loftgreen, overcome by the stillness of his surroundings, had stopped his walk and was leaning on the rail at the break of the poop, almost dozing, good seaman as he was, he heard the Chileno cry out sharply, "There is an island close ahead. Come forward, Senor Loftgreen." The mate ran hastily forward, but as he reached the short ladder which led to the topgallant forecastle, two Chilenos, each carrying a cutlass, sprang upon and seized him by the arms, while Mancillo held the point of a knife to his throat. "Ha, you Inglese dog! If you speak, you die now. We shall kill you," said one of the mutineers in a fierce whisper. Loftgreen, a tough, wiry young fellow, struggled desperately, and freeing his right arm, struck one of the Chilenos a blow that sent him down as if he had been shot, and cried out loudly, "Murder! Mutiny!" Mancillo, meanwhile, making savage thrusts at him with his knife, and the other man trying to run him through with a cutlass. But the mate, unarmed as he was able to cope with them both, for tripping up Mancillo, he struck him on the chest so violently that he fell against the man with the cutlass. Then the mate took to his heels and ran aft, calling loudly for assistance. The disturbance so far had scarcely lasted 2 minutes, and those of the ship's company who were not on deck knew nothing of what had happened. Loftgreen, notwithstanding that he was wounded and bleeding in the right arm, and half dazed from a somewhat severe cut on the head, succeeded in reaching his cabin, where he seized a pair of pistols, and still crying loudly to his sleeping fellow officers, prepared to defend himself to the last. Unfortunately, his pistols were not loaded, and in his hurry and confusion he could not find his bullet-bag. Just then the beggarly steward, awakened by the noise, came running up the companion-way, and was met by one of the mutineers, the helmsman, who struck him to the deck by a blow on the shoulder from a cutlass. Captain Hunter, awakened from his slumber by the stamping of feet and the outcry, guessed what had happened. Quickly seizing his pistols, and buckling on his sword — in those days merchant captains always possessed swords, for they had use for them sometimes — he ran out of his cabin, just as the mutineers reached the door. He discharged both pistols together, but unfortunately was too excited to take aim, and neither shot had any effect, but for a little while he kept the Chileans at bay with his sword, until covered with wounds he staggered. In an instant one of them darted in upon him, and a cutlass was thrust through his heart. Then the mutineers again turned their attention to the gallant mate, who was unable to get out of his cabin, one of the attacking party having turned the key from the outside. The cabin lamp had been knocked over in the struggle, and the darkness made the mutineers careful of their movements, for they were afraid that Loftgreen might force his door and burst out upon them, and after a hurried discussion they ran on deck. Meanwhile Mr. Todd, the second mate, aroused by the cries and shots in the main cabin, jumped out of his bunk, and trying to open his cabin door, found it was fastened from the outside. Throwing himself against it, he burst it open at the same moment as the wounded steward crawled past upon his hands and knees. Unable to speak, the Bengali placed a cutlass in the officer's hands and pointed to the hacked and bleeding body of the dead captain, just discernible in the darkness. Todd at once secured Hunter's pistols, and Loftgreen at the same moment burst the door of his cabin and came out, and the two men, who had no time for words, prepared to sell their lives dearly, believing that those of the crew who might have been loyal had been slaughtered. For some minutes they stood waiting in the darkness, and heard no sound but the moans of the steward, who was fast weakening from loss of blood. Then came a sudden rush down the companion-way, and the Chilenos, with savage cries, were upon them. Poor Loftgreen's pistols were in bad order and missed fire, and although the two men fought desperately with their empty weapons, they were soon overpowered, and with the steward were taken on deck and lashed to the poop stanchions. Exhausted and bleeding profusely, they presently saw some of the mutineers emerge from the cabin, dragging with them Captain Hunter's body, which they at once threw overboard. Before these events had taken place, the Chileans had quietly secured the fore scuttle, battening down the carpenter, cook, and 3 other European seamen, so that even before Loftgreen was attacked, the ship was practically in the hands of the 6 mutineers, for the man at the wheel was one of their number. Leaving the 2 officers and the steward guarded by 2 men, the remaining 4 mutineers, after heaving to the brig, went below to the blood-stained cabin, and breaking open the spirit locker, began a carousal which lasted some hours, to the accompaniment of music on Monsieur's guitar. They took care, however, to relieve the 2 sentinels, and kept themselves sober enough to shorten sail if it became necessary. At daylight, after giving all their prisoners food, the mutineers held a consultation as to their future proceedings, and at noon, in pursuance of their design, they hoisted out the long-boat, and placed in her a couple of breakers of water, a bag of biscuit, and a few pieces of salt meat. Then Loftgreen and the second mate were liberated, and the former taken below. Seated at the cabin table were Mancillo and 3 of his fellow ruffians. As soon as the chief officer entered, Mancillo rose, and drawing a loaded pistol from his belt, he pointed to a large sheet of paper lying on the table, and ordered Loftgreen to make a rough chart, showing the course and distance to the nearest land, adding, "You see that we have now got this brig. You are the only man on board who can navigate her. You must stay with us, for we want you to sail the ship to Manila. The other men we shall put in the long-boat, and this chart you will draw will be good enough for them to reach the nearest land." "The nearest land? Good God! It is inhabited by ferocious cannibals who will eat them. You cannot be so inhuman," said the mate. Mancillo laughed cruelly. "Let them be eaten. I so much the better for us. When they are dead, they cannot talk." "Then let me share their fate. The leader of the mutineers placed the muzzle of his pistol against Loftgreen's chest. "Be silent, you damned Inglese dog. Be silent and do what I tell you, or by the Holy Virgin, I kill you." Thereupon the mate, notwithstanding his wounded arm, and with his thoughts distracted by the fate before him, not only made a good chart, but he did more, for it suddenly flashed upon him that in all probability neither Mancillo nor any of his fellow ruffians could read English, so after finishing the drawing, he turned to Mancillo and said, "Mr. Todd is an ignorant man, and this chart will be of no use to him unless I can give him directions how to steer. Will you let me do so?" "No," answered the mutineer quickly. "You must not speak to him again, nor to any of the others." "As you will. Poor fellows, I can do no more, but at least I can write on the back of the chart and tell Mr. Todd the prevailing directions of the winds, the courses to be steered, and the name of the least savage of the islands he can make for." Then, coolly turning the chart over, he scribbled a few lines upon it. "There," he said, "read that. You will see that that can do no harm." Mancillo looked critically at the writing for a few minutes, and Loftgreen's heart thumped against his ribs as he watched. Then a sigh of relief burst from him as the mutineer spoke. "We are not murderers, and do not mind for you to give the second mate the good directions. but if you are lying to us, we shall have your life for it." These were the words he had written. "Not allowed to speak or write. Coast the islands. All are dangerous till you reach Otaheite. I am forced to navigate the mutineers to Manila. I will try to retake the ship, as I think I can gain over Jose and the cook, and then make for Otaheite. Have patience and trust in God always." Loftgreen was then again placed in irons, and one of the mutineers stood sentry in the cabin over him, while Mancillo and the rest were on deck, and set about disposing of the remaining prisoners. Mr. Todd was the first man ordered into the boat, which had now been lowered and brought alongside. Then Mancillo handed him the chart and a compass. "Here," said the mutineer, "we give you fine chart, just made for you by the mate. You see he has right out for you your course, so you will soon make the land." Then he added with a grin, "Is not Antonio Mancillo damn good fellow, eh?" Poor Todd looked at the chart, and then at the writing at the back of it, and miserably anxious and dejected as he was, he found it hard to resist smiling at the clever way in which his fellow officer had got to windward of the Chileno. However, he pulled a long face, and said there was mighty little chance of reaching anywhere but a savage island, with such a poor chart as that. "What," he added angrily, "is the good of this writing? We could find a cannibal island without this." And he contemptuously flung the chart into the stern sheets of the boat. Then, one by one, the wounded steward, the carpenter, and a Swedish seaman, whose name is not recorded, were brought on deck and forced, at the point of cutlasses, to enter the boat, which was then cast adrift. As the boat dropped astern, Mancillo ran up a flag of some description, and the remaining mutineers gathered on the poop and jeered at Todd and his companions, their insulting cries and mocking words reaching the ears of the half-maddened Loftgreen in the cabin, and reminding him that he was alone and at the mercy of utter scoundrels, with any one of whom his life was not worth a moment's purchase. But although they were not manacled, the second mate and his companions in the boat were in little better plight, for their distance from the nearest land they could hope to make was nearly 600 miles. But Todd was no faint heart. "Better the open sea, my lads," he said, "than the brig and those damned Spanish cutthroats. We are at least free men. Poor Mr. Loftgreen, I fear, will be murdered." Then, after dressing the steward's wound, a cutlass slash which had severed the collar-bone, he ordered the sail to be hoisted, and took the tiller. This done, he steered a due west course, which, according to the mate's chart, would bring them to the easternmost of the Foamotors, a group of low-lying islands, almost unknown in those days except to American whale ships. In the boat were sufficient biscuits, salt beef, and water to last them with great economy for a fortnight. The boat itself was a good one, and they were provided with a compass and a course to be steered. The men were on good terms with each other, and loyal and submissive to their officer, so they had much to be thankful for, and their chief sorrow in leaving the brig was their fears for the safety of Loftgreen, who had always been a kind and considerate officer. For 15 days the boat sailed before light breezes, till on August the 7th they made Tavern Island, in the Paumotus archipelago, named by Cook Resolution Island, after his ship. Almost in the centre of the vast group, having passed without sighting them many other low-lying atolls, which lay in the course of the starboard hand. To their joy, the brown-skinned natives of Tavern behaved very kindly to them, for several whale ships and later on the missionaries of the London Missionary Society's ship had visited their island, and the people were well disposed to white men. The island afforded but little in the way of food, only fish, pigs, cocoa nuts, and the coarse species of taro. But of this the people were profuse in their presents to the white men. Only remaining a day and a night at Tavern, Todd bade farewell to the amiable natives, and continued on his course, sighting many other islands of the group, but calling at none. Then came a heavy gale from the south, and he had to let the boat run right before it to the north. The sea was short and lumpy, and only continuous bailing kept her from filling. Early on the morning of the 15th, Further misfortunes overtook them. A sudden squall sprang the mast, although the sail was close reefed. Then the rudder gudgeons carried away, and the boat broached to and shipped a heavy sea, which with other damage tore the compass from the afterthwart, where it had been placed, and completely smashed and rendered it useless. A few hours later, however, the weather cleared, the gale died away, and the gentle south-east trade again breathed upon them. The evening they made Anna, Chain Island, the natives of which, owing to previous association with South Seamen, as whaling and trading ships were then called, were very good to them. At Anna, Todd and his comrades remained for 2 days, and, on the morning of the 20th day, they sighted the noble outlines of Tahiti, the garden of the South Pacific. Here they thought their troubles were ended, for the natives of Tahiti were known to not only be friendly to white men, but Christianized as well. But as soon as the sea-worn men approached the beach, numbers of canoes filled with natives armed with muskets put off and surrounding the boat made the white men prisoners. Greatly alarmed at this proceeding, which was such a contrary reception to what they had expected from the Tahitians, Todd at first imagined he had lost his reckoning and arrived at some strange island, but some of the natives spoke a little English, and very soon their conduct was explained to the white men. Some months previously, a party of escaped convicts had arrived at the island in a small schooner, which they had seized at Van Diemen's Land, Tasmania. In bringing the vessel to an anchor, the convicts lost her on the reef, and their lives had been saved by the Tahitians. The strangers were hospitably received, but their degraded natures were soon made evident. They broke into a chief's house, stole food, arms, and ammunition, placed them in a boat belonging to the local white missionaries, and ran away with her. A party of Tahitians gave chase, and were fired upon by the convicts, who killed 4 of their number and badly injured their canoe, so that the remainder had the greatest difficulty in reaching the land again. Todd and his companions were thought to be another party of convicts, and the queen and chiefs of the island gave orders that they should be kept close prisoners. But this additional misfortune was soon over, for as the boat escorted by the canoes entered Papeete harbour, Mr. Todd saw lying at anchor the London South Seaman Tiger, Captain Richards. This vessel had been at conception at the same time as the Indefatigable, and the officers of each ship had met. In the course of an hour or so, Todd saw Captain Richards and told his story, and then the misunderstanding with the Tahitians was cleared up and the second mate and his companions supplied with every comfort. A week later, the Tiger sailed for Sydney, taking the 4 men with her. Meanwhile, what had become of the Indefatigable, and how fared poor Loftgreen with the mutineers? As soon as the long-boat was clear of the brig, the mutineers released the mate. "We now want the brig navigated to Guam, one of the Landrone Islands," said Mancillo to Loftgreen. "I am captain now, and you must do as I bid you. Beware of a mistake. If you take the ship out of her course, we will serve you as we served Captain Hunter." So the voyage, which lasted until the 12th of December, began. The life led by the men in the long-boat was easy enough compared with the terrible months of mental torture endured by the unfortunate mate. Only that fine weather prevailed the whole time. The brig would most assuredly have been lost, for the mutineers were utterly without discipline, and would only furl or set or trim the sail just as the humour took them. Every night Loftgreen was put in irons and left to himself till daylight. There was a considerable supply of wine and spirit on board, and 4 out of the 6 Chileans were continuously drunk. Then these 4 vowed that it was essential to the success of their enterprise that Loftgreen should be murdered. The 2 men who did not drink were more prudent ruffians, and knew that without their navigator they were helpless, and so they protected him. Very often Loftgreen, who had a fair knowledge of Spanish, had to stand in the midst of the Chilenos whilst he was taking observations, and listen to them debating as to whether they should take his life at once or spare him until they reached Guam, and it was only the heroic resolve to save the ship for his owners that prevented him from trying to escape in a small quarter boat or attempting to kill the mutineers in their sleep and let the brig drift about the Pacific till he was sighted by another ship. He soon found out that the mutineers had no idea that Guam was actually settled by the Spaniards. It is probable that they knew that Guam was owned by Spain, but no doubt thought that the island was inhabited only by natives, like Saipan and Rota in the same group. One of the two mutineers, who entertained friendly feelings towards him, told him that Mancillo's idea was to sell the brig to the islanders in return for liberty to lead his ideal of life, eating, drinking, sleeping, and keeping an extensive harem on one of the many islands in the North Pacific. At last the brig arrived at Port St. Louis d'Apra, in Guam, and a native pilot brought her to an anchor. One of the mutineers remarked to Mancillo that he supposed they were safe. "But," said he, pointing to some houses ashore, "those are not native houses. There are Europeans living here." A boat was lowered, and Mancillo, after dressing himself in Captain Hunter's best clothes, was rowed ashore by two of his fellow mutineers to see what the place was like. To their intense surprise, they found awaiting them the alcalde of San Luis and a lieutenant and guard of Spanish soldiers. The alcalde questioned them closely as to who they were and what had brought them to Guam. Their replies did not satisfy the official, who, placing Mancillo in custody and taking half a dozen soldiers with him, made the two Chilenos row him off to the ship. On seeing the soldiers approach, the remaining mutineers, cowards as they were, concluded that their shipmates had betrayed them, and ran below to hide themselves, leaving Mr. Loftgreen on deck to receive the alcalde, who was soon in possession of the whole story. Unlike most Spanish officials, he did not want a bribe to ensure his performance of his duty. He promptly seized the Indefatigable, and the Chilenos were taken ashore and marched to the fort under guard. Then the alcalde and governor, with much formality, held a court, and took the mates' evidence, the result of which was the mutineers were placed in heavy irons, and the almost heartbroken Loftgreen was received in the governor's house as an honoured guest and supplied with every comfort. Soon afterwards the Rainbow, a British frigate commanded by Captain Roos, put into St. Louis d'Apra. The Rainbow had made many important discoveries in Australian waters, more particularly on the northern coast, but the name of her gallant commander will probably be longer remembered as Admiral Roos, the famous turf patron, than as Captain Roos, the explorer and navigator. Mr. Loftgreen was received on board the Rainbow as English naval officers always receive a brave and distressed merchant seaman. The mutineers were handed over to the British captain for conveyance to Manila for trial. The frigate arrived at Manila on January 19th, and there the Chilenos had short shrift, for within 3 days they were brought to trial and duly garroted. Mr. Loftgreen, who made many friends in Manila, was afforded a passage to Sydney, and the Indefatigable was condemned as a prize to the Spanish government. She was afterwards lost in a typhoon in the China Sea. Such is one of the many incidents of the sea story of Australia. End of The South Seaman by Louise Beck.